All right, it is 5:30, so we are going to call the Round Rock Independent School District Board of Trustees regular board meeting to order. It's Wednesday, February 24th. We do have a quorum present. Dr. Zhao is not in attendance right now. If everyone can please stand, we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance first. Oh, here's Dr. Zhao. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Okay. We do not have any public speakers signed up for tonight, so we will move right to item D, closed session. Pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071 and 551.074, the board will consult with its attorneys regarding cause number 121 CV 00029 RP, Aaron Wilbur versus Round Rock Independent School District in the United States District Court for the Western District of Texas. Pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071 and 551.074, the board will consult with its attorneys regarding cause number 119 CV 01177 RP, SC, and BC individually and as next friends to CC versus Round Rock Independent School District et al. In the United States District Court for the Western District of Texas. And pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071 and 551.074, the board will consult with attorneys to discuss the duties, roles, and responsibilities of a public officer and employees. So it is 5:32, and we will go into closed. All right, it is 6:15, and we will call the board back into open session. Are there any motions coming out of executive session?
I have a motion. I move to approve the settlement in cause number 119 CV 01177 RP, SC, and BC individually and as next friends to CC versus Round Rock Independent School District et al. As presented in closed session, and further to authorize the acting superintendent to execute the settlement agreement on behalf of the district.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand. All right, that is all 7 of us, so it passes 7-0. And we will now move to F1, Superintendent's Report on GPM 1.1, 2.1, and GPM 1.2 and 2.2.
Thank you, President. We're tonight, Dr. Malerba is here to give us an update on our GPM 1121 and 1222. And I will ask you, Kathy, because the next item is yours as well, just to go ahead and flow into the secondary student grades from first semester. Okay. We've all been concerned a lot about the academic performance of our students during the pandemic ever since last spring. And so Kathy's been monitoring that closely for us, and she has some information to bring to the board tonight to discuss kind of where we are with those progress measures as well as our student success rate at semester. So, Dr. Malerba.
Thank you very much. Good evening, trustees and Dr. Presley. Mandy Estes is co-presenting with me, and she's remote, so there are a couple of times during the presentation where I'll pass it to her to talk more about inputs and response plans and so forth. But I'll go ahead and get started. So this month, as Dr. Presley mentioned, we are talking about 4 goal progress measures. They're all aligned to the House Bill 3 required early literacy and early math goals of success on 3rd grade reading and math and STAR. Before we look at the results, I'll spend a short time talking about each assessment and what it measures. And just as a reminder, each goal progress measure's target is for the end of the year. So what we're really talking about here is progress towards that target. I've also included last year's progress measure for year to date at the same time point, so we have some context for this year's data. And throughout the presentation, I'll be referring to grade level groups as well as overall, as well as at home and on campus learners. And so just so you're clear, when I talk about whether they're on campus or at home, I mean where they were learning at the end of the testing window. So there could have been some changes. And I did take a look, and for the most part, you could probably tell in the written report that if a student moved, they tended to move from at home to on campus during this period. Okay, so we're ready to look at the first slide, which is just a reminder of what our pre-kindergarten goal progress measures are. And it's just, if you could advance. We're looking at pre-kindergarten and whether they are kinder ready by the end of the year. And we're looking at the baseline year in 2019 for literacy. We had 75% of our students were ready in reading at the end of the year, and our target is 90% after 5 years. The target for the current year, 81%. In math, 87% of students were kinder ready in math in the baseline year, which was 2019. The long-term goal, 92%. The current year goal, 89%. So pre-kindergarten, literacy and math are currently measured using the Circle progress measure. This is the same assessment we were using in 19 and 20. It's a criterion-based measure, so that scores indicates whether students have the skills that are expected at that age and at that time point in the year. So students will actually have to have more skills at the middle of the year than they would have had at the beginning of the year to be considered on track. And this assessment is available, of course, in English and in Spanish. So I'll start with what progress looked like last year. So here you can see at the beginning of the 1920 school year, 59% of pre-kindergarten students were on track in reading. And by the middle of the year, that had moved up to 72%, so a gain of 13 percentage points. At that growth rate, we were on track to meet our target of 78% at the end of last year, which, of course, did not end the way we were expecting. In the current year, our students started out at 54% of students being on track at the beginning of the year, and by the middle of the year, that had increased to 78%. The teal line, so the lower line, is showing the growth for our on-campus learners, and then the darker blue line is showing the growth for our at-home learners. So across learning locations, students have made notable progress in reading, and the district is on track to meet this target in 2021. Now we'll take a look at the same group, our pre-kindergarten students last year. Where they started was at 78% of students being on track. That had moved up to 80% by the middle of the year. For those of you that were here, you'll remember me saying that a lot of the tested curriculum in pre-kindergarten math is taught in the spring semester. So our pre-kindergarten team wasn't too alarmed by this. They still felt confident that they would make it to the end of year target, given that just the way the scope and sequence plays out in pre-K. And then this year you'll see a similar pattern. We had a starting point of 78% and only went up the 3 percentage points there to 81. So similarly, we still have the same scope and sequence. So the expectation is that we will still meet this, even though mathematically we are not quite halfway to that target at this point. Okay. And I'll hand it over to Mandy now to talk about the pre-kindergarten program and various activities that are going on to help us meet these targets this year.
Hi, good evening, President Weir, trustees, Dr. Presley. The sound is very distorted on our end, so I'm hoping that you can hear me well. Kathy will hopefully wave at me if it's not good on your end. This first slide, which I can't see anymore, now has a brief overview of our pre-K program. So essentially, students must be on or before September 1st, and they have to meet one of the criteria that you see listed there in order to be eligible for the program. Those numbers there don't add up to 100% because some students will meet eligibility under more than one criteria. Our program, as you know, is a full-day pre-K program. Currently, we have 814 students enrolled in our pre-K program. That is down a bit from this time last year, in which we had 990 students. It's hosted on 21 of our 34 elementary campuses. And then you can kind of see some other numbers there. I won't read all of that to you about the number of teachers and the demographics of our students that are in pre-K. All right, next slide, please, Jennifer. And so a little bit about the pre-K inputs that we as a district are utilizing to impact those scores even more. I did hear that Kathy explained the difference, how each year our math scores are a little bit lower at mid-year, and these tend to accelerate over the course of the spring in our pre-K curriculum and with our students. And so she is correct. That is not extremely alarming for us to see that. It's fairly typical that our pre-K students start to show their math skills more in the spring than in the fall. We provide support for our pre-K teachers by hosting virtual planning sessions. These have happened this year, and pre-K teachers from across the district have been able to gather in those planning sessions, and these are held weekly so that we can support teachers, whether they're teaching in person, remote, or concurrently. We also, for our new pre-K teachers, we provide virtual instructional coaching support. And again, in the past, that's been in person, this year virtual. But we have an early childhood literacy specialist who works with our new teachers. And that really benefits both the teachers and the students in pre-K. One, it ensures that our pre-K students get a high quality instructional experience. But then secondly, we also believe that it helps get our novice teachers past that first year hump, and it helps us retain those teachers. We've also been working on centralizing all of our pre-K assessment data within Data Central. That allows our teachers, administrators, instructional coaches to sort the data in a number of different ways by demographics, campus, et cetera. And that has been very helpful for really dicing up that data at the campus level. And this year, we've also redesigned our Head Start partnership. So in the past, Head Start served pre-K students who were 4 years old. We've had this partnership for 11 years now, and it is with the Opportunities for Williamson-Burnett counties. I had to read that to make sure I got it correct. But last year, in the 1920 year, we saw a decrease in the number of students who were being served in the program. It was a 4-year-old program. And so this year, we made the decision to switch it to a pre-K 3 program. Because as you all know, we offer full day 4-year-old program here in the district, as well as the state implemented that as well. So we're now serving some very young learners in that Head Start partnership. And I'll turn it back over to Kathy, I believe, for the next slide.
Oh, thanks, Mandy. Okay, just another quick review of what goal progress measures 1.2 and 2.2 are. So this is second grade literacy and math. In the baseline year, we had 77% of our second graders at the end of the year were on level in reading, shooting for 90% there by 2024. The current year target is 82%. Similarly for math, in the baseline year, it was 84% of students were on level, and we're shooting for 90% by 2024. The current year target is 86%. So I'll tell you a little bit about our assessment here because it was a change from the baseline year and from last year. So our universal screener at that time was AimsWeb Plus. It was computer-based, but it was offered at a single point in time. This year, to accommodate our families who wanted to continue learning from home, we selected the iStation Indicators of Progress, or ISIP, you might hear us call it ISIP, as our screener for on-level reading skills. It's integrated into the iStation learning software. So students are assessed the same way, whether they're learning on home or on campus. And since iStation is a self-paced tool, students are assessed as they move through the software. They're not offered a particular set of items that are tied to their grade level. Instead, the resulting student score is compared to national norms at each grade level. And so if students are within those national norm bands or above, they're considered on level in this analysis. Okay, let's look at the results. So this is our 2020 data tracking from the beginning of the year, where 71% of students were on level to 79% at the middle of the year. So by the middle of the year, we had met our end of year target, which was fantastic. Let's see how, on the next slide, how we're looking this year. A similar starting point at about 72%, but really quite flat from the beginning of the year to the middle of the year at 73% overall. We saw a little bit more growth among our at-home learners, which is that top line, and more modest growth with our on-campus learners. And at this pace, we are not on track to meet the 82% target by the end of the year. Our final GPM is second grade math. And this is also a different assessment than we used in the baseline year and in 2020. We're using Dreambox Predictive Insights also to allow us to have a similar assessment experience between our at-home and on-campus learners. This one is very different from all of the other assessments that we're talking about because it is not a point-in-time assessment or offered sort of along a learning progression. It's actually based on an algorithm that looks at all the students' interactions with the learning software, and then it makes a prediction about whether students would be successful on an end-of-year assessment. So to get a score, students have to have a certain level of participation, or rather interaction with the tool. In this case, it's about 12 lessons over a 6-week period. All right, so if we look at our 2020 data, at the beginning of the year, students were at 74% on level and moved up to 79% on level. It was a little bit shy of halfway to the target of 85%. This year, using DPI, we had 82% of students on track at the beginning of the year, and then similarly, 82% of students on track at the middle of the year. You can see a very modest increase among our at-home learners and a little bit more growth among, that was our in-campus learners, a little bit more growth among our at-home learners. Although in some ways these data look positive, if you may have read in the report, there's a pretty significant amount of missing data at the middle of the year, about 20%. So my conclusion here is that the results are a little inconclusive. I do want to assure you first that even if students don't have enough interaction with the tool to get a DPI score, their teachers still see the student's progress on their dashboard and get information about which TEKs they've been practicing in the learning tool. So that is positive. And I also think that because we were looking at the 6 weeks period that was covered by winter break and a couple of holidays, other holidays, I think that accounts for a lot of the missing data. And we can try to remedy that by looking again here at the end of this month and see if we get a little bit more complete data for you. Okay, I'll hand it back to Mandy to talk about inputs and response plans.
Okay, so I want to back out just a little bit and talk about some of the K-5 data, specifically the data that was sent to the trustees in an update that contained more comprehensive, because it's in that data that the story is told. And so our 1st through 5th grade students made progress in literacy from beginning of year to middle of year, meaning that more students were on level at middle of the year than were at the beginning of the year. So this is generally good news, but as Kathy said, it's very flat at the same time. I do want to commend our teachers for their efforts to not have a traumatic backslide during a pandemic, but at the same time, moving forward, we know our goal is to accelerate that rate of progress over time. Our kindergarten data showed a bit of an anomaly this year that was very interesting for me. We had a dip from beginning of year to mid-year, and that is because that assessment is primarily designed around can the students recognize letters. that's a skill that typically here in Round Rock, our students come into the district really strong in. So a more accurate starting point for our kindergartners in the data that was sent to you, I consider to be the mid-year data that was there. So for our literacy inputs, what we see in the data is that when you drill down into the subsets, that our kids are not as successful, if you will, with the phonemic awareness and the text fluency in K1 and 2. They're strong in vocabulary. They show strength also in reading comprehension. But we have noticed that in K1 and 2, we need to do some more work with the science of teaching reading and phonics. Fortunately, that aligns very, very well with House Bill 3 Reading Academies, which, as you know, are a massive undertaking for both TEA and for districts. Our House Bill 3 Reading Academies the law states that all kindergarten through third grade teachers must complete this training by school year 22-23. So we have 2 more academic years to have all of our K through 3 teachers trained in this. It's a year-long or 11-month modular-based training. The teachers submit artifacts. And in Round Rock ISD, as you've heard before, we're aiming to get all of our elementary teachers trained in this, except for teachers perhaps in special areas. So this aligns very nicely with what we see as being a need in our data, because it is very much based on, as I said, the science of how students learn to read. And that is heavily based on phonics and teaching phonemic awareness and the decoding skills that our kiddos need. So what we're doing to support that, of course, is we have trainers here in the district who are deploying that training. As I've told you before, we have 2 campuses that did opt to move forward with that training this year, and that's Brushy Creek and Elsa, England. And then we are also purchasing new updated phonics resources that are better aligned to the Reading Academy training that will help give our teachers what they need to implement what they learn in Reading Academies. Along with that, we spent quite an extensive amount of time preparing our instructional coaches to support this work. They've participated in the Reading Academy training as well as other trainings to make sure that they're there ready to work right alongside the teachers in beefing up that phonics instruction. Switching over to math. So our data in math indicates that we do have large percentages of students that are on level at both the beginning and middle of the year. This is good news, but as Kathy noted, we have less data overall from the middle of the year assessment cycle. Overall, we saw strong performance in kindergarten and in 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade in the math section. Our first graders and second graders were a bit lower than the other grade levels. And then if you look within those grades, you see gaps in performance that are more pronounced amongst our Black and economically disadvantaged students. From beginning to middle of the year, the scores were fairly stable in some grade levels. Some showed a slight dip from beginning of the year. Others stayed stable. Others may have bumped up a bit. Some key inputs that we're working on in math. There's 2 that are in the instructional arena. The first one that you see on the screen, Reading and Writing to Learn. That's a professional development initiative designed to help teachers incorporate reading and writing in the teaching of math. As you all know, our elementary teachers are generalists, meaning that they teach all of the content, especially in those early literacy or early grade levels. And so the more that we can incorporate multiple skills in the instruction and not isolate instruction as much by content area, then that benefits our students. And it really helps kids when you're talking about early math. If they can talk about it, they can write about it, if they can explain it to their peers. And so we want to nurture the reading and writing to get them really thinking and solving problems. We've also provided some responsive K1 intervention resources to really help our interventionists drill down and intervene on skills that students are struggling with. And so we think that is going to be another really successful instructional strategy that we have provided. Another math and practice, those are some tier 1 resources and training. We purchased these last year, so we're in year 2 of using math and practice. And what that does is it gives our classroom teachers a resource that, again, helps them use formative assessments on students' math, identify the skill gaps that they may have, and then provide targeted instruction. Because the more we can do that in our tier 1 classroom, and avoid having to have that need to send a student to an interventionist to get that specialized instruction, then the better it is for both the student and the teacher. And another big initiative, Dreambox is an application that is for instructional purposes, but does have the predictive insights that we use this year to provide the data in this report to you. Dreambox has a lot of good research around it. We've used it here in Round Rock ISD at certain campuses for the last few years. Campus principals and their staff would decide that, they heard good things about it. They wanted to pick up Dreambox. This year, we funded it at the district level to build on that success and to expand it to all of our 34 elementary campuses. And so that is something that we will continue to do. We funded it out of instructional materials allotment money. And so we'll continue that for the upcoming year. And then I think I hand it back over to Kathy.
Okay, thank you, Mandy. All right, our last section is included at your request to look at secondary course failure rates and the change there from the beginning of the year to the middle of the year. I'll just remind everyone that when we're talking about grades, there are a couple of important things to remember. So first is that they can change. You can see that they've changed here from marking period 1 to the end of the semester. And that's because even in typical school years, students have lots of opportunities to repair, recover credit, make up missing work, and it's all in the interest of them demonstrating their mastery of the material. And then I also want to remind everyone that looking at grades is part of our Monitoring the Health of the District report series. We're not monitoring any formal targets around course failure, and we don't want anyone to feel any pressure not to report failing grades. This is strictly a discussion to talk about student progress during a very challenging period of the pandemic. So we'll look first at middle school students, and you can see in the first set of bars that at the end of marking period 1, 23% of middle school students had 1 or more failing grades, but by the end of the first semester that had decreased to 19%. That's still more than twice the number of students who had a failing grade at the same point in the prior school year. And then the second and third sets of bars are just showing these rates for our on-campus and at-home learners. And I'll just point out that the on-campus learners had the most substantial change from marking period 1 to the semester with a decrease of 10 percentage points. I also wanted to include the next table just to highlight another way of looking at the scope of the problem. So first, I want to highlight that 80% of middle schoolers don't have any failing classes, which is very good news. And then the next largest percentage is for students who are only failing 1 class. So after you account for that accounts, there's just about 12% of students who are failing 1 or more classes. Moving on to high school, very similar layout here. This is the percentage of high school students with 1 or more failing grades. The trends are very similar to those at middle school. The percentage of failure among on-campus learners is higher than at-home learners. And of course, at marking period 1 and at semester 1, the rates were higher than they were in 1920. And again, the biggest drop was for on-campus learners from marking period 1 to the end of semester 1. Similarly to middle schoolers, the large majority of students are not failing any classes. Around 76% are not failing anything. And then when you added students who were only struggling in 1 class, that left us with 17% of students who were failing 2 or more. Sorry about that. Okay, tried not to make that just super, super long. and I'm happy to turn it over to questions now.
Ms. Feller?
So I want to go back to the data where you were talking about our second graders not using the same assessments
Yes.
from year to year. Mm-hmm. And I feel like that change really makes this not comparable data. But my question really was, is there any research or data on how the two assessments correlate? Is one a good predictor of success on the other? Generally, is there any kind of research around that to know exactly how? Are we talking about two different types of apples, or are we looking at really an apple and an orange?
Well, I was really concerned about that too, especially going in as we were making the decision about can we afford to make this change, knowing that we really had to, or to have similar experiences with at home and on campus. And I found it was really interesting, at least for our second graders, the starting points were very similar. So that is not a formal equating way of addressing that question, but it did give me a little bit of confidence that we were measuring essentially the same thing. I think now that we will have a full year of data with these new assessments, then we can formally equate the two because we'll have students who've taken both assessments. To my knowledge, no one I have not done an extensive search, but to my knowledge, what all of these assessments do is they tend to study student outcomes. Well, I don't want to use GPM language. They tend to do their predictive studies with the state assessment and not necessarily with each other. That doesn't mean that no one has ever correlated AIMS-Web and Dreambox. I just haven't seen it yet. So that would be something we would do internally to make sure that if you kept to these GPMs, that our targets were appropriately set and equated over time.
So a follow-up to that question would
ramble.
be, as we move forward, are we planning on keeping the same assessments next year when hopefully we are pretty darn close to 100% in person? And they're heavily reliant on computer technology that we've used this year. I know there are some students that are just not as successful on computer-based assessments. Will there be an option to revert back to a non-computer-based assessment? Just kind of wondering, like, in the future, how's our data going to look moving forward?
Well, I'll let Mandy answer that, but even AIMS-Web is computer-based assessment too. It's just not integrated into a learning program. So it is computer-based though.
Yeah, so thank you for the question, Trustee Feller. And again, it's muffled on my end, but I do believe I understood it correctly. And I'll take a stab at answering this, but also wanted you all to know that we do have Ryan Smith on the call as well. And he is our Executive Director of Teaching and Learning, and he and his teams really dive into these assessments and these decisions. We likely will not keep Dreambox. It is a instructional tool first and foremost, and it's a valuable instructional tool. The predictive insights, the DPI that it gives us is great for teachers. But in a perfect world, you would probably not use that to assess math. Also, the other thing to know is that for early literacy, there are certain screeners that the state requires that we use. And so while we'll keep ISIP next year, we'll also next year be required to use one of those, and it will be TPRI. So Ryan, is there anything else to add?
I think you hit the major parts. Really looking back at the decision that we made in July, I think to go with this in this direction with the assessments is that we wanted a platform that was both an instructional tool and had an assessment piece. So going with Dreambox was a way that would kind of lessen the overall, it would give a valuable tool to teachers and students and would also lessen the overall burden on time and assessment. So that was where that decision was made at that point. Another piece was that AIMS-Web did not have a virtual option really for our youngest students. That actually in Kinder and First, I think it's Kinder and First, maybe Kinder First and Second. It's a very hands-on assessment between the teacher and the student, and there was really no virtual option to have that. So that's really why we made that decision at that point. But I just want to clarify, we're keeping Dreambox for the instructional purposes going forward for next year, but we are going to look at some different assessment tools. Could be going back to AimsWeb, could be other vendors that we've been talking to as well to look at the assessment piece going forward.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Ms. Vessa?
I actually had that same question as on my list, but I have another question. So on regards to second grade math, you were saying that there's an incomplete, that some of the students hadn't completed sufficient work to get an assessment, but that we should have no more in the weeks ahead. Is that something that you can provide to the board in a board update so that we can get, a fuller picture of where we are at this point?
Yes, that's exactly what I'd like to do. We get data from Dreambox at the end of every month, so we have an opportunity here at the end of February and at the end of March to try to fill those gaps, and April too, and just see if we can get a little more complete picture of how our elementary students are doing in math.
Ms. Feller?
So I was going to wait if anybody else had questions, but if there's no other questions. So the last question I have, and I'm not really sure who's best suited to answer this one, but across all of the data that we reviewed, our on-campus learners are not doing as well and are not seeing the same gains that we're seeing in our virtual learners. I have my own theories as to why, but are there any? Can anybody offer some hard, fast reasons as to why we're not seeing the same kind of growth from our on-campus learners as we are? And it's from pre-K all the way through high school that we're seeing that same trend.
I'm going to give a partial answer and then hand it back to Mandy or one of our area superintendents that's on the call to try to expand. But I did look at the elementary data to see if I could identify something from the demographic data. And it is the case that our on-campus learners probably have more learning needs. So at the middle of the year, about 30% of our on-campus learners qualified for free and reduced lunch as opposed to 20% who were learning from home. We had 9% special education of our special education. Let me rephrase that. Among our at-home learners, 9% were in special education, but 14% of the on-campus learners were special education. And then you see the same pattern with continuous enrollment, which seems to be pretty strongly correlated with higher performance. So just as a whole, I would think that's part of the story, but I would like to hand it over to some of the other folks on the call to see what they've observed.
Yeah, if I could extend on that, and again, I'm sorry, I'm catching most of what's being said. I do believe that we have worked really, really hard to encourage students who are struggling to come back into our schools in person so that they have the benefit of working with the teacher in that environment. So that would definitely be my hypothesis. Our teachers are wonderful, whether they're working with kids in person or at home. But we know that especially with our youngest learners, it's very important for them to be immersed in that on-campus environment. It's print rich. There's that increased opportunities to dialogue with one another. But remember too that even in person looks different this year because you do have the smaller classes, you do have social distancing. So kids are impacted by this pandemic regardless of which environment they're learning in. But that would be my hypothesis.
And I just want to clarify, in no way do I think that it is because our on-campus teachers are not doing as effective job. And I think we are actually probably seeing more gains than we realize because of the benefits of the smaller classrooms and the more individualized attention that we're able to give to those students who have, I wrote it down, more learning needs than our virtual learners. I think it's very eye-opening to see the differences between the two of them, and that this population is probably who needs the increased services, even as we move forward in ways, shapes, or I don't know how that will develop, but not my pay grade. But anyway, thank you. I appreciate that.
Ms. Weston.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. So my first question would be for you, actually. Can you clarify for our board, when these GPMs were set by the last board, you guys just set them in aggregate? You did not set up the goals to disaggregate the data by race, economically disadvantaged and not, or otherwise. Is that correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That'll be helpful for us when we meet, I think, on March 4th, and I think this board will take a different approach to that, and I really look forward to that meeting. The second thing I want to say is I really appreciate the acknowledgement that Mandy gave us about the limitations of these online assessment tools for our younger learners. They are not ideal. This is one reason why many online learning vendors who have been in the marketplace online for a long time do not allow students to start until third grade. So that is always going to be a challenge. And to that end, it was music to my ears to hear my colleague, Trustee Feller, say that as we look to next school year, hopefully almost 100% of our students will be on campus.
Ms. Vessa.
So I think that this is an incredible treasure trove of data. We're not, from what I can tell as I look at other districts, we're anomalous. I mean, most other districts don't have their at-home learners outperforming their on-campus learners. Is that correct?
That's what I've observed as well.
I can speak to a little bit of research that our team did, Trustee Vessa, because we're kind of cut in a competitive way, and so I was curious, concerned with some of the scores that we saw that were good but rather flat, and so I was curious how we were shaping up next to other districts. And I can tell you, I think we're kind of a leader in transparency with putting our scores out there with our boards, because just in perusing other districts, their websites, their board meetings, it's very difficult to find districts that are reporting. We did find just last week, I believe it was, or earlier this week, Leander in their board meeting shared some early literacy scores, and they also use ISIP as we do. They were about on par with ours. They saw that same kindergarten dip from, sorry, the weather I think is still in my mind with dripping pipes. They saw that same dip from beginning of year to middle of year with their kindergarten kiddos as well. So it's hard to say where others are, but I do know that and from looking at board meetings, we truly lead the pack in putting our scores out there and discussing with the trustees our plans for that.
That's absolutely true. I mean, when I talk with legislative leaders, they're always just really impressed by the transparency that we're giving them in terms of our data. But so that was the first part of my question is, the comparative. But then I just think, wow, we can learn so much from this data. This is such an incredible year. Do we have any plans to further analyze this data, maybe like partner with UT or other academic institutions to really dig deep and utilize our equity office to, to understand the data better so that we can learn from it, learn for future?
Yes, we do. I've started working with a graduate student who can help us deeply explore our literacy data. Felt like that was a good project that would let us look at sort of pre-pandemic achievement, look at growth during the pandemic period, and see what we can learn about that as it's related to learning location and student demographics. But keep the questions coming, because if that's sort of a manageable summer project as we've articulated it. But if we have other questions, we do have partners at UT that we would love to continue working with. So yes, go ahead and let us know what your interests are. And, even though the GPMs are articulated the way they are, these are very rich data sets, and they're going to be there for us as we dig deeper and maybe choose to articulate our goals in a different way. So they are very rich data sets, and I appreciate you mentioning that.
Ms. Harrison?
I wanted to echo Trustee Vessa's comments. I attended a lot of the legislative meetings, and they were astounded that we put our data out there like that. So I want to say thank you, because I think that's going a long way with transparency. I did have some questions, but actually, to Trustee Weston's point, I feel confident that we're going to take a different approach with our GPMs in terms of disaggregation. So I will hold them, but I did want to say thank you for this work.
I don't see any more buttons. Oh, Dr. Zhao?
So I don't have a question. I just have a quick comment. So as Trustee Weston mentioned earlier, that she found that some students, especially in lower age, like kindergarten and first grade, has trouble with those digitalized assessment tools. I would say that from my observation for those, for example, the Dreambox, because it is an instruction tool as well, so it has gamification built into the system. I found that it's not a one-size-fits-all solution. Like for certain population, for certain students, it's a really good tool, a good instruction tool, and good assessment tool for a certain population. But for other population, a student may not be appropriate. And that's the lesson I learned from observing. You'll be surprised to see some kindergarten students like really good at those computer stuff, right? They get out to it, they're really obsessed to beat the Dreambox result, whatever, the want to get the highest score. So that strikes me that in the future, the whatever learning tools or assessment tools, we really need to look at different options, right? Not really like one tool that fits all solutions. That's just my comment.
Yes, and if I can say, Dr. Zhao, I completely agree with you. Dreambox fit a good need for us this year with so many virtual learners, and it was used heavily pre-pandemic as well, but it's certainly not the only tool that we have for working with our students, especially those students that are attending our in-person classrooms. So thank you for making that clarification, and I completely agree with you on that. There is no one-size-fits-all tool in education.
Dr. Bone?
Thank you. Our mic's not working. They're low. Okay. So I had questions, and I do appreciate this data. And this is in regards to the high school, and it kind of goes back to the on-campus versus at home. And I know we exchanged emails, and I appreciate your replies prior to the meeting. But I am wondering, because the on-campus versus at home is so different in the failing rates, in the scores, even in elementary, is there a way for us to figure out if, do like a student-to-student comparison, the same students from last year to this year, and see if these are what we would expect? I'm just wondering, I'm trying to figure out the fidelity of the information that I'm getting, and I am trying to figure out this on-campus versus at home, because these are significantly, statistically, they look significant just from the outside. So I'm trying to figure out what these are telling us. Slide 20, I think it's slide 21, where we have the on-campus versus at home and for high school failing. It's a little alarming to me, that we have 37% of our on-campus students, still failing one or more class. And then I think it's 17% is failing 2 or more classes. And then there is another piece of data, which is we've lost a net of 220 high school students since September to the beginning of February. So I'm just trying to see what we got going on here in our high schools, and I'm trying to figure that out. So I don't know if we can work to maybe, figure out the fidelity of this information and maybe do some comparison of, students from last year, those same students to this year, and see if this is, would we expect these students to be performing this way, or does that make sense?
Yes, it does, though I would love to keep talking to get a little bit clearer on maybe an exact question we could answer. I know our Director of Research and Evaluation has already merged the 2 years at the individual level, so we could start exploring that change from year to year. But I think we're looking for a good question, if you will.
I think, so my question, maybe this is a clear question.
Yeah.
Looking at a at-home student versus an on-campus student, is what we're seeing this year what we would have expected from last year's data? So what have I expected this on-campus student to be failing at the rate of 37%, and would I be expecting this at-home learner to be failing at this rate of 20%? I know we have some anecdotal, because of, other things about the students, but can we actually look at it from the student perspective? Because I'm just really interested to understand what's going on as we get ready to make some big decisions for next year.
Right.
I just feel like I need to really understand what's going on here.
Okay. I do feel confident that these rates are higher than you would expect. I feel like the data already say that, just given the all student level. But perhaps we can describe a little bit deeper who is struggling the most, or where, based on the demographics that we have. So we can definitely dig into that.
Yeah, I guess the example I'm looking at is that if we had an all A student now failing 2 classes, and we had an all B student maybe now not failing any classes at home, and the A student was on campus, just just to see what's going on, and to see what we can do.
Yeah. Well, I'll continue to work with Dr. Presley on, and the rest of the area superintendents on what angle of that would be most valuable to them for planning for next year. But it's absolutely doable. As is looking at the achievement, this was more to your question that you had emailed me, of students who withdrew. I expect there'd be more missing data, but that is something that we could describe. Again, especially if it would be valuable to Dr. Presley's team, we could pursue that as well.
Ms. Harrison,
just quickly, I'm curious what kind of qualitative data you're receiving about kind of Trustee Bones' question, maybe hearing directly from students about their perception, particularly in high school, since they're very, able to clearly articulate what they're experiencing.
Yes. So that is our third source of information, of course, the 2 years achievement data. And then we also have our check-in survey results. So if you saw the data that came in, you would realize this is a massive amount of information. But yes, we can explore that. I just, again, want to visit with as many people as possible to make sure that we're very intentional about the questions we ask of the data, because there's so much and so many directions you could go. But again, we do have that qualitative piece about how they're experiencing the year, and how that might be related to their achievement.
I had one follow-up.
Good.
So I guess this kind of, and maybe this is another question then. So it would be interesting to understand, is hybrid affecting those learning on campus? I think that's one question that, because I do know in elementary, I think they have the option. Some schools, I don't think have any hybrid. I think they have either virtual or in person. But I know in middle school and high school, I think it's all hybrid pretty much. So that would be one question, maybe, Dr. Presley, that I know we've talked about it kind of anecdotally, but I think maybe now with some data, it would be a good thing for us to understand as a board.
Ms. Vessa.
Another question that has come up this week in the Senate hearings is about the students who have disenrolled, or who, are missing or whatever, or don't have good attendance, things like that. I feel like we have a good document that was presented to us at the January regular meeting about all the things that we are doing as a district to recover students. But I think it would be helpful, Trustee Bone was talking about the over 200 high school students that have disenrolled. Like, how many of those dropped out of school altogether because, for example, they had to start full-time work to support their families, or just this information that we can give our legislative representatives so that they can get a better understanding of how the pandemic is impacting enrollment and how the pandemic is impacting students' decisions and parents' decisions about the educational choices for their kids.
Okay. Ms. Weston?
Thank you. I just have a data point correction for my colleagues. When you look at the most recent enrollment report, you'll see a minus 207 high school students. That's actually just the difference between what was projected. But if you look at the August 27th enrollment report, which is the first one for this school year, and then the one from last week, we've actually lost 367 high school students since the first day of school, not 207. The number is 367 high school students have disenrolled since the first day of school. So that's just a data point correction.
Yeah, and I'd like to point out that's actually a net. So we see the net, so we don't know. There could be some influx, like you could have some kids, so that's actually a net out of our high school. So it could be, just to...
I think the more that we can understand those numbers, the better we can perform, but also the better we can explain and advocate for the needs of our district. Because right now we're trying to explain to our legislature what's going on, how the pandemic has impacted our schools. And I think one thing that was when Trustee Harrison and I met with the different legislators, they were so happy to get data. Like they were just hungry for actual numbers and understanding what was going on in schools. And the more we can educate them, hey, this is what's happening. And I think that it's a powerful story. And honestly, the more transparent we are, the more powerful our story is. Because I feel like we were the leaders in terms of really coming to them and sharing our story transparently with our data. And they indicated to us how powerful that story was.
Ms. Harrison?
So super quickly, I would like to get a lot more curious about why students have unenrolled. I know from my teacher perspective, there was a report that I could see. You take data when they're leaving, right? You ask why they're leaving. Would it be possible for us to get a report on that in a board update? Because I feel like we're making a lot of assumptions maybe about why students are leaving. And I wanted to drive that point home and have the community hear me say, as somebody who really advocates for transparency, I feel like transparent data is owed to the community. This is our community. And I want people to know that Round Rock ISD has taken a brave stance comparatively to release this data that looks a little scary in the middle of a pandemic, and to be one of the few districts that has done that. So props for taking the brave stance. I think that the pandemic is obviously impacting public education at large, but the fact that it's just a very few districts that have done that is really big.
Well, just to clarify, my understanding of what we collect when a student withdraws is where they will be going after they withdraw. So whether it's a charter, a private school, homeschool, etc., I don't know, but please somebody else help me out, that we collect anything about why they withdraw.
I think even where would be really helpful for now, even as a start, for us to kind of wrap our minds around where they're going. And I'm also really curious about who's missing. Like, who do we just not know where they are at all?
And I think it would be helpful, too, to have it disaggregated by as much as possible, like as many different ways, because what may be happening at high school may be different than what's happening at middle school and elementary school. What's happening in one learning community may be different than happening in another. When we can look at it from, dissect it in different ways, we can understand better what's the story. Even if we don't have the exact why for every kid, we can get more information about. That's what I do on. I've been tracking the COVID data, and I break it down by school and by learning community, and I'm looking at patterns. I'm looking at how we're doing, and I feel like it informs me so much, and I think that this is another instance where the more we can disaggregate it, the more we can learn from it.
Very good. I'll be counting on you, Dr. Presley, to help me sort through this.
Yeah.
You got it, Dr. Malerba. Are there other questions?
I don't think so. I was just going to say, I don't think you can have any of this in a week. But as I was kind of trying to formulate, most people asked the questions that I had actually written down prior to getting here. But, we're going to have our goals. We're going to start talking about that, and even our constraints. And so some of the why people are leaving may be important for our constraints, on coming up with ways to get them back. And it may be different at elementary and at middle school and at high school. And so sort of even rough data that you might have, or somebody may have, or even an idea of how to get it, depending on how that conversation goes on the 4th, I think that will be very helpful to us to sort of set that stage for how we get back next year.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
And thank you. That was Dr. Zhao.
So I just quick comment. Whatever the response we get from those disenrolled students, the question shouldn't be a checkbox, a real box. It should be a question: why are you disenrolled? Because if you just break down to category homeschool, it's just too broad. You never know that they actually homeschool or doing something else. Just my comment. You really need to dig into the why. Is it really going on?
All right. Well, thank you very much. I think we'll wait for you to bring us that information back, and I really appreciate it. Thank you, Dr. Malerba. Thank you, Ms. Estes. And we will now move on to the winter storm facility update. Dr. Presley.
Yeah, I believe Mr. Wooster's on the call, but I'll begin by saying that I feel like we've been very blessed and fortunate. I know a lot of families have struggled. A lot of our staff members and others have struggled through the winter storm we just endured. But due to the hard work and the efforts of our operations team, our custodial teams, working before, during, and after the storm, really mitigated the damage that we have. So as of today, we welcome kids back to all campuses but 4 out of our 55 campuses. And Deer Park Middle School will remain virtual for the rest of the week. And Robertson Elementary, which probably had some a little bit more, the most severe damage in the district, is going to be asynchronous for the rest of the week, so their teachers can get their things that were damaged with the water and things like that in the school. Other than that, we had Brushy Creek Elementary and Elsa England Elementary that were both virtual today, and they'll welcome students back tomorrow. I was on both those campuses today, and everything's ready to go for students to come back on campus. So as of tomorrow, we'll have only 2 campuses that don't have students attending yet in person, and we hope that that by next week we have students on all of our campuses. With that, like I said, I know Mr. Wooster's on the call, and if he wants to kind of give an overview of where we are with damage assessment, the things that we that we know we have and the things that we think we may have moving forward, which is part of the purpose of the resolution tonight that's being brought before you, to make sure that we're taking care of our folks who worked, our hourly folks who worked before, during, and after the winter storm, that saved us literally millions of dollars. And then also moving forward, the things that are going to come up that we may not know yet, we may not see yet, the things that we will have to attend to in quick fashion to find solutions that don't create more damage. So with that, I'll once again thank Mr. Wooster and all of his team for all their efforts. And Terry, if you want to go ahead and take it from there.
Thank you, Dr. Presley. I will mention that most everything that I would have to offer, Dr. Presley has covered. However, I'd really like to celebrate operations teams, and that goes across the district in that it was very much a collaborative effort from the maintenance team and the custodial team. The risk management team is working, and security teams have been involved, as well as construction departments. So departments across the boards, communication was involved in the work, and so it is very polarized to think from today being an 80-degree day to approximately just exactly 1 week, we were plunging to single digits at night. And so that sort of experience creates a lot of stress on a lot of building systems. And so I will not go into the technical part of that, but knowing that we went to our facilities early to begin draining exterior facilities so that we could prevent damage to our exterior HVAC equipment. And as we lost power, we were working to close domestic water valves and other water valves so that when we did retain or obtain power again, that we could assess damages as we turned water back on and as we had power return to our facilities. And that created a mitigation of very, very significance, saved the district a very significant amount of money by way of no damage. We have small damage, and we call that small damage short term, which is work order items. We'll still have a few leaks here and there where we've been able to isolate and or small finish changes that we have to work on. And as Dr. Presley talked about with Deer Park and other facilities, that's a longer term project. And so we'll be working on that into the spring. So with that, I'll just pause and ask if there's any questions.
Ms. Vessa?
Actually, you did answer partly, but I just want to clarify and just also take the opportunity to thank everyone for all the work they did to prevent damage. I know that for us that we all lived through it, we were trying to prevent damage to our own homes and doing everything we could. So it's good to know that the district was doing the same. So they went before and during the storm to turn off water and drain lines so that they wouldn't burst. Am I understanding that correctly in terms of prevention?
Yes. We started with knowing that the temperatures are plunging. We realized that we needed to begin to drain our exterior cooling towers. And so that was the first effort, was to begin to drain exterior systems that had water in them. And then as we lost power and we realized that power was going to be long-term loss of power, then knowing that when those buildings were powered up, then we would probably have significant damage if the power or if the water was still on, the actual water supplies were still on. So we began to valve them off so that we were able to be in the buildings when we turned the valve back on to observe and look for damages as it manifests itself at that point in time. We still had damages in some schools, as you know, that created some longer term, but we actually were in place to be able to catch some of the problems that would have manifested if we weren't available in those observation positions.
How did you even get there with the roads like they were to go do all this work?
The answer is that we have some amazing staff people who are devoted to the district, and that they use their personal vehicles and four-wheel drive vehicles and district vehicles. When we had an opportunity to bring staff in to know that we would have to spread across the district, the staff came and picked up their Round Rock White Fleet vehicles and took those home with them so that they were deployed throughout the area of the city, and we could deploy them to schools more efficiently, to be honest with you.
Ms. Feller?
So I have 3 questions. I don't think that they're all for you, Mr. Wooster, but I'm going to throw them all out there, and then whoever can answer them. Do we have any campuses that are still under a boil notice? If so, how are we addressing those needs? Did we have any exterior facilities in the district, for example, sports fields or things like that, sustained any damage? And then finally, the impact to our families from this winter storm, some who are still without water because they can't get a plumber and whatnot. I've seen lots of posts about our social workers going to people's homes, have just kind of the impact generally that we've heard on our own families in the district.
I'll start with the first two questions. There are no boiled water notices in force on our schools at this point in time. And when we were under boiled water notice, we were prepared to, when we come off that notice, and that was just the other day, that all of the facilities were flushed and cleaned before we used them with the help of staff in the buildings, as well as custodial teams went around and flushed the entire building. And so those facilities are back to normal potable water or available water appropriately. The answer to the athletic facilities, we found that the small concession buildings in and around the district that supported athletic facilities, such as at soccer fields or baseball fields, there was some significant damages that happened at those small facilities, because being so small, they actually became more, let's say, more frigid than a large building that could coast a little bit from more thermal mass that may have been a little higher as the temperatures went down. So we have found that at those buildings, we've had some ruptured joints and lines, but we've been working with the athletic department very closely in trying to accommodate the athletic events that have been scheduled. And so we've been in meetings to make sure that we can repair here at this location and at this location, and work around the district to accommodate the athletic events that are still ongoing.
Yeah, and I'll add to that. As far as an assessment of our family needs, we were very pleased to begin restoring food service to families who needed them on Monday, or to begin feeding our students again with curbside pickup. I want to thank Ms. Harrison, Trustee Harrison. I had a conversation with her. I know she's been working on a lot of different community efforts, going door to door with wellness checks and delivering food to families. So we really, as far as communicating out to our families that food service was available again beginning Monday, and we had a significant number of people who came up and got food. So, but we don't have an assessment of what families are still struggling with personally with plumbing or electrical issues. But as Terry said, I think most of the water to Central Texas have been restored now, so it's not under a boil notice anymore, and all of our campuses are in that boat. I'll add that I have had a couple questions yesterday from families whose Chromebooks got damaged with water, and so information has gone out to all of our campuses. If a student has a Chromebook that got damaged, some folks were concerned that they would have to pay damage fee or something. We're not doing that, so all they have to do is go to their campus and turn in the one that's damaged and get a new one. And so all of our campuses have available devices for students who need to get another device if, in fact, their device was damaged. So, and I don't want to. I'm being pretty positive about everything, but just know that there are some significant damages to our facilities. I know we have a couple gym floors we're concerned about, and as we continue to demoisturize our buildings, we may find some more gym floors that are buckling. I know Deer Park Middle School, for example, is going to have a new cooling tower, which is significant expense, and so some of the damage is pretty extensive. Even though, like I said, we got out. I've talked to other superintendents around the state who they're talking $10-20 million worth of damage to their districts. And I don't think we'll be anywhere close to that, but I do know that, and Terry, you might want to say something about this, as needs manifest themselves, we find out things in the coming days and weeks that something that needs to be replaced or fixed, kind of the expediency needed to make that happen so that more damage is not incurred.
Right. And this will be a very high level technical discussion. When temperatures plunge, as they plunged into the frigid zones in single digits, and we have no power to protect water systems, and that would be fire suppression, such as a sprinkler and or domestic water and or even water that's in mechanical systems. Those systems are under extreme stress. And so what happens with with those systems is as we come back to a normal temperature as today, the joints and or pipes may have experienced that stress, and they may fatigue tomorrow, a week from today, or maybe even a year from today. And so we will go into pursuing events in leaks and or ruptures far into the spring, maybe even to the summer, and maybe even further. So we're just lucky that we didn't manifest more at this point in time, but there could be more later on in our future.
Dr. Bone? Thank you. And I just want to say, too, that the limited damage is definitely kudos to your team. I think we all know that there would have been more damage if the team wouldn't have rallied and done whatever you guys did. So we all appreciate that greatly. I do have a couple of questions. One of them, can you go through the 4 campuses, Robertson, Deer Park, England, and Brushy Creek, and just kind of give a quick overview of the damage that was done on each of those campuses? I did see Deer Park on Facebook. I saw pictures, but the other 3, I'm not for sure what the damage is. And then also going back to the families that are, I know some of these families are displaced. I'm hearing a lot of apartment complexes, and so I'm wondering transportation. I mean, I know today was the first day back, but are we looking at, how are we getting these kids, now if they're living across town and their elementary or their school's on the other side of town, are we looking into transportation? And then also, can you address, do we know if there's federal money since we were a disaster area, or is there anything like that we're going to be able to get for some of this damage?
Yeah, I'll start with if a student is displaced and they need, that should be an articulation between the family and the campus to say, I was going to elementary A, and now I'm having to stay across the district, so I need a ride. We can accommodate that if we know about it, but that would be the parent needing to reach out to the campus to say, how do I get my kid to school? Because they normally ride a bus, and we're not living where we were before. And I'm sure we can be flexible to take care of that. I'll let Terry or Kenneth, either one, talk about the funding sources that may be available for us to recover from the winter storm.
Right. So a little bit on that. I talked to George Scherer today, who's our director of risk management. So we've got insurance through the Property Casualty Alliance of Texas. And so our deductible for facility damage, that sort of thing, is $250,000. And so that's what we're on the hook for. The other piece is food, because we had food loss of about $26,000. That doesn't have a deductible. So for the first $100,000, whatever we lost, we'll just get covered for that. And so no loss on the food. In terms of on the property side, what we're planning to do is, because our loss will be above every expectation, just that RTU unit was $500,000. So, but our exposure is basically $250,000 with that deductible. And then our plan is to apply to FEMA, because if FEMA grants it, then they do a 25% shared, where they would eat 75% of the cost. We would pick up the other 25%. So best case for us, we have to pay 25%. We're out of pocket ultimately 25% of the $250,000, which would be $62,500. Now, from a cash flow standpoint, it takes a while before FEMA doesn't ultimately cut you a check until all the work is done, all that sort of thing. It could be a year or more from now before we actually get that, but that's our current plan.
And as far as the specific events at the schools that we've mentioned, we'll start with Robertson. The cause of that event there at Robertson was that there is a hose bib, and this is fairly common, a hose bib that's in the exterior wall cavity that serves the outside. And of course, there's a lack of insulation in the older schools in those exterior wall cavities. And so we had multiple hose bibs rupture. In the case of Robinson, that hose bib had a water intrusion right at that location and covered much of the floor area, about 32,000 square feet in Robinson. So we have a situation with some finishes and some walls that we need to dry out. And luckily at Robinson, the carpet there is a vinyl back carpet, or some people call it an action-back carpet. And so we were able to extract most of the water, and now we're drying out where we need to dry out. At Deer Park, we suffered a significant rupture to the main fire suppression line, so much so that even the piping is displaced, as well as Deer Park has a specialized cooling tower. And that's why we have a problem with that one cooling tower, in that there's a heat exchanger in that cooling tower. And so the heat exchanger in the cooling tower, existing cooling tower, failed and ruptured. At Great Oaks, we had a fire sprinkler, fire suppression sprinkler in the building that basically blew apart and allowed water intrusion into that school. And then also at Deepwood, we had an exterior pipe in the wall cavity. Again, that broke and ruptured and has affected 4 classrooms. And at Brushy Creek, the same. And that has also exterior pipe in the wall and has ruptured. And so all of those have been addressed by a mitigation firm. Since we were on district, we were able to catch some of that water intrusion early, and so we were able to put in place a contractor to mitigate and clean. And so we're just really fortunate to have equipment on district, and that equipment is working today.
Ms. Harrison?
2 things briefly. Mr. Wooster, thank you so much. I am really glad to hear about the preventative and preemptive measures that we took. I think that's really beautiful, and please thank your staff for that. This is just a comment that I would like for us to continue asking ourselves. I think that this is an equity issue that's highlighted by this crisis, but also by the pandemic. And I really want us to get into the practice of asking who is missing and understanding that just because we put out an offering does not mean that everyone has access to that offering. So I'd really like to know, I know that we don't necessarily track things like who picks up meals when we offer, but I'd really like for us to find ways to kind of document or know where our most vulnerable students might be, that we might need to go and check on them. And in the same vein, it was really encouraging to see so many principals and counselors and social workers going out into the community and knowing their specific campuses. But I wonder if at the district level, if we really have an awareness of who doesn't even always have access to things like a survey.
Dr. Shaw?
So I have a question regarding whether our district has an emergency emergency response handbook or protocol for those kind of winter storm, because we know we are having climate change and 100-year winter storm become every 10 years. Do we have something like in play that to prepare us for future events like this?
Yeah, the emergency plan that was deployed in operations with that Mr. Wooster kind of described, getting people out, is similar to what we do if bad weather's coming up and we need to cancel school for a day. Typically, it's for a day, right? If roads get icy, so we do have emergency plans in place with communication tools and things like that we use. And I know Terry Mr. Wooster is able to deploy his staff in pretty rapid fashion when we know that things like this are coming on. So yes.
Ms. Weston?
Yes, I want to echo what my colleague said as far as appreciations for Terry's staff. I will tell you, as the granddaughter of a plumber who grew up north, I knew what was coming with these pipes, and I knew it wasn't going to be good. So again, please add my appreciation to your staff, Terry. Mary mentioned that she has seen images of these campuses and the damage. I have not. I have not been provided with any images or any explanation to the extent of damage. So I do need to make that clear. And I have a question, Dr. Addix, because I want to make sure I understand. You said that we have a $250,000 deductible for property damage. Is that correct? Does that mean that is our maximum? That's going to be our maximum exposure as a district? Like if FEMA paid zero,
correct,
is the maximum that we will be out of pocket is $250,000?
That's my understanding. Talking with George, yes.
is it a situation where we may have to front some of the money to make some of these repairs and then get reimbursed by our insurance company, or have we already pulled the trigger on with the insurance company and the claim?
Right. No, I mean, we've literally, we're working already. Terry's crew's already working, so we're spending money to fix things, already. So we are out of pocket because we're fixing it as we see it.
Okay. But in the end, when it's all said and done, you don't anticipate that our exposure will be greater than $250,000?
Correct.
I appreciate that. Let me see if I had anything else. I don't. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Bone? I was just going to ask if we can communicate as a district to everyone, just like transportation if they're displaced, the food. If it's kind of like we had one for reimagining. I do feel like we're going through a mini crisis, and I don't know how soon some of these families are going to be back in, their homes. So, is there a way that we can put a resource and just because I'm not for sure I would know that I could get transportation, that I could get food. I do know that we were still having problems with cell service up until yesterday till yesterday over where I was, if I wasn't on my Wi-Fi. So I think there's still, some things in some areas where folks just, don't, know what's going on or know where they're at. And then I don't think they know what we have to offer. And I'm not for sure I know what we have to offer. So I don't know if there's a way, and this is a different crisis than COVID, right? Because this is more of like a hurricane or, a natural disaster. So.
Yeah, we can definitely do that. Honestly, I can't tell you the numbers that returned today because what I would expect is that the kids that were on campus before this happened returned today on the campuses that were open for returning students, which was all but 4, that we can definitely look at that and get the numbers and see if there are missing students who didn't show up today and what their situations are. Once again, we rely heavily upon our principals to know that because our principals typically know the kids that have significant challenges for whatever reason. And that's, as a principal for a long time, that's what I would be looking for is today when I open the door is who's not here today that's supposed to be here. But we can get that information, and I think our principals do a really good job of checking on that. But I can get you some information.
Some things I heard somebody talk about that they were going to stay. They usually were on campus, but they thought they would have to go virtual because they were displaced. But I don't think that's necessarily. I think, we can actually get them transportation back to their campus. I just don't think people know. This isn't, we don't really go through these type of events in Round Rock that are this widespread.
Right, and I don't want to make it sound like it's so simple because obviously if a kid moved from even out of district, how do they get, if they had to move in with relatives in South Austin, I don't know, it would take us a while to be able to, even if we could, get a bus to go pick up a student, which we do for fit students. But it'll take a bit of analysis and we can definitely look at that. I haven't heard stories today about a lot of kids not showing back up when the doors were open, but I can check on that and see and to make sure we're taking care of our most vulnerable students.
Whatever we can offer just to somehow get those resources out to people, just so the principals know.
And just as a reminder, students can go virtual temporarily, and then this would be an example where if a student had to go virtual for a few days because they were staying even anywhere, far away because of the loss of resources, then they could come back in person as soon as they were available to come back in person. But we can try to gather some information on that.
Yeah, the particular story I heard, I just want us to be sensitive to what's going on. Both parents work. I believe this is an elementary student. I do believe they are now living across town. So I just feel like we need to, whatever resources we can give, and then it goes to, I don't know, federal resources are available if we have to, provide extra transportation. I just want to make sure we're taking care of these families because, we were one of those families without electricity for 4 days, and man, this has already been a tough time. And so whatever we can do to make it easier on these families, I would like to do that.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And but once again, I don't want to keep repeating the same thing. But if a family like that, if they contact their principal, is the best thing for them to do and say, look, I want to come to school today, but I don't know how to get there. And then the principal would work with Area Soup to figure out a plan with transportation or food that they needed or something like that. So we can do that. But the campus should be the starting point for that in a district this size.
So it sounds like just even, I know it sounds silly, but I was, in the PTA, but lots of people don't even know just to contact their principal. They don't know those resources are available. Yeah. So even if it's just a communication out to the community that, hey, if you have any problems right now, just, hey, contact your principal or your AP, and then point them maybe to how to, lots of people don't, have that number or that email address. And when people are overwhelmed, I know sometimes it's hard to find information.
Yeah. That was actually going to be my suggestion, because I know for me personally, yesterday I got about Deer Park an email from the district. I got 2 emails from the district. I got an email from my campus, and I got a phone call from the district and a phone call from my campus, and we got a lot. But none of it said, if you're having a problem, call your principal.
Yeah, once again, we can do that. I know Jenny's on the call tonight and listening to this, so she can help with that as well to do that. But once again, I at some point, I don't know the folks who don't even have connectivity. You were getting emails if you don't even have internet. It goes back to, as I mentioned, Ms. Harrison with some groups going door to door checking on folks, through this. It boils down to kind of that. And I know we do have social workers and others that have been doing a lot of outreach in the community for needs. The PI Foundation has contacted us about what can they do to help families with the things that they may need right now. So we'll definitely do that.
And I can add, Dr. Presley, that we did push out communication with links to supports and resources, and we did have the information of reaching out to either a counselor's office or campus administration. But we can, make sure that we're including that type of information, just looking really critically at each piece of communication, so that we make sure people get all the information they need in every piece of communication.
Ms. Harrison, did you?
I think it was covered. Thank you all very much.
Yes. Thank you. I don't see any more lights on.
No, I was going to say, before we go to the budget discussion, I got a note from, or a word from Patty a while ago that the audio going out is a little distorted. And Jennifer wanted to take a few minutes to see if she could correct that. So if we could have a break right now before we go to budget, that'd probably be a good time.
All right. I had already had that request from the vice president. So it is 7:45. Why don't we take a 10-minute break and come back at 7:55? All right.
Up and go to the second slide with the revenue assumptions, please.
Patty's got to go back through there, so Patty needed a document printed.
You know that? Back here and ask. Yes, we're on.
Yeah, now that Patty's in there, we're done. Is Patty that? Okay, he needs his presentation, all right.
What?
He just wants his presentation. Ew, full screen.
Jennifer, if you'll take it to the next page, please.
Can't hear anybody.
Dr. Presley, is she not able to hear me? Okay. Okay. Well, I can, while we're waiting, I can kind of just talk you through the numbers, then you'll see. We saw a lot of these numbers already at the January meeting, but to sort of just some of the revenue assumptions piece, our property values, we're budgeting to increase by 6.5%. To give perspective on that, we reside in 2 counties. 75% of our property values reside in Williamson County, 25% in Travis County. And so that 6.5% is a weighted average assumption of value growth. So Williamson County, right now, the estimate that we're using for that is a 7% increase in property value across the overall county, and Travis County a 5% increase, so weighted average is 6.5% there. In terms of the tax rate, our tax rate is comprised of 2 things: the M&O tax rate, which pays the salaries and the operating costs of the district, and the INS rate, interest and sinking fund tax rate, which repays our debt, our outstanding bonds. So the total tax rate right now is budgeted to fall by 3.44 cents from its current level of $1.22 to $1, round numbers $1.19. The M&O rate would compress down from its current level of 95.64 down to 93 cents. And that's even with increasing 1 golden penny, and we'll go through more of an explanation of that later in the presentation. And then also lowering the INS rate by a penny from its current level of 26 cents to 25 cents. We are still using the assumption that state funding levels haven't changed, but that virtual is fully funded. State's obviously meeting, but it's too early to tell what's going to happen there. To me, one of the biggest things at issue with the state, not only in terms of what we're after, is that they would fund virtual, but the other piece is how they're ultimately going to play the money that they're getting from the federal government. So to give kind of perspective on that, with the first round of the CARES fundings or ESSER, the state received $1.3 billion, which meant $2.8 million to us, but the state did not supplement us with 2.8. They simply just supplanted. So our net increase this year, for this year, we didn't receive any of that incremental money that came from the Fed. The state just used that money to offset the losses that they were experiencing overall as a state. Now, the second round is 4 times the size of the first round, so the state's going to get $5.5 billion from that. So that's worth roughly $12 million to us. But the $12 million question is, do we actually receive any of that in incremental funding, or do they just supplant all of that money and we don't reside with any of that? Then the other even bigger variable than that is the $1.9 trillion that's currently being talked at the federal level. If that were to come to be, that would be $14.7 billion at the state level. And so, which would be another, tremendous potential for us. But again, it's do they supplement or do they supplant with that money? So the state literally has potentially $20 billion from the federal government. That's a $20 billion question. Do I share any of that, or do I simply help myself at the state? So we don't know for now, but that's just another thing that's being discussed and all that sort of thing. So got that piece. Given that our decrease, we're budgeting next year to be 1,200 fewer students than what we budgeted to be this year. And so we currently assuming that we will not be a fast growth district. We were a fast growth district last year. We're a fast growth district this year that we're living because it's based on what your enrollment was last year versus 2 years before that. And so in both of those 2 time periods, we grew in terms of the top 25% of all the districts in the state. You got to be in the top 25% in order to get that. So we qualified last year. We qualified this year. They haven't announced. It'll probably be within a month where they actually announce who the winners are that are going to get that fast growth allotment for next year. But given that our enrollment is down, for us to get it, we would have to be basically lose fewer students percentage-wise than 75% of the districts in the state. So don't know yet, but in terms of the numbers that I'm modeling, I'm not modeling to assume that we're going to get that money. In terms of the expense assumptions, then, this will be something for the board to weigh in and tell us your thoughts on this. Obviously, we're well on the way to getting Elementary 35 will be completed and ready to open in the fall. But given the decrease in enrollment, all that sort of thing, we could, as a district, just make the decision to say, look, we're not going to put students in that next year. Operation cost-wise is about a $2.25 million decision. So you could just take a thing of, hey, the boundaries that we've got right now, we're just going to keep them for another year. Or if a whole lot of kids came and we really needed that, we could open, after Christmas break, we could open Elementary 35 at that time. So that's a $2.25 million decision that we as a district need to make sort of sooner rather than later, but something to obviously have discussion about and a consideration because that'll impact what our cost structure is next year. Then next, TASB will be here at our next budget meeting, which will be on April the 1st. They'll bring a market study analysis to us, and so that'll be coming on April the 1st. Item 3, with the lower food cost allocation, the last time we met in January, I assumed where in the budget that we're currently living, we had a $1.8 million shared operating cost allocation that food service would basically reimburse the general fund. But given that so few kids are eating in the lunchroom this year, food service is losing millions of dollars, and they'll lose millions of dollars even without contributing anything toward the shared operating costs this year. And so what we're doing in the bid, when I wrote into the RFP that went out on, it was about to go out on the street, TDA's in the process of kind of giving the green light for the RFP to go out, is that the ask of the bid is, I want a guaranteed profit of $750,000 in the bid. And with that, how are they going to get there? Mainly by increasing meal rates. As a district, we haven't raised our meal rates in the last 3 years. Previously, before COVID, our biggest problem was we had too much of a fund balance, and TDA was like, you need to come up with a plan to spend down fund balance. Well, we've solved that problem courtesy of COVID, so that's no longer an issue. Now our issue is how to get the plane back to gaining altitude. So we'll see what the bids come back at. That $750,000, an obvious question is, well, Kenneth, why didn't you just say I want $1.8 million? The trade-off you have is that, okay, I'm the parent, and I'm paying $3 for a meal right now, and hey, to get $1.8 million, maybe that rate has to pick a number. Well, if it went to 4, I might say, hey, I'm going to bring my lunch. I'm going to do something different, and so that's the balancing act. How much can you increase and still have the volume? Versus if you raise your price too much, you lose the volume, and so you haven't really increased your overall revenue piece. So anyway, we're going to put the bid out with $750,000. We'll do the analysis of all the bidders, and whoever our kind of finalist is, we'll basically see what that relationship is. Hey, for $750,000, how much did the meal rates have to go up? Then make the choice. Do we want to raise the prices even more than that to get $1 million, $1.25 million, $1.5 million, or do we want to leave it that way? The other piece that I'm going to be asking them to bid it as is both ways in terms of currently we're a hybrid approach in which some of the employees work for Aramark employees, some of them are district employees. So I'm asking them for a price tag of, okay, keep that current methodology. Price tag number 2, what if they were all Aramark employees? And hey, if you hired our people over, you'd have to pay them what they're currently making, but they would become your employees, and simply see what that difference is. If it's a dramatic difference and, hey, the cost structure is significant, then ultimately come to you and say, look, here's option A, option B, which way do we, what do we want to do? But I've put in the bid to see it both ways because, we're in a situation of, we're looking for money any way we can get it. That's another potential way of helping ourselves ultimately on the general fund side. So that's going on the food service side. We've talked about before the need to increase CTE spending, and Sherry Bonds will ultimately make a presentation to the board on detailing out what that plan is. And then, if they don't change the basic allotment piece, we will be subject to recapture next year given the current assumptions of kid counts, like attendance and that sort of thing for next year. So Jennifer, if you'll take me to the next slide, please. So this is just our budget calendar. Next meeting is on April the 1st. TASB will be here. Then we'll come back 2 weeks after that and ask the board for approval for whatever the compensation plan will be for next year. And then we'll have a final board workshop on June the 3rd and budget adoption on the 17th and setting the tax rates and tax roll on September the 16th. So next slide, please. Okay. Then in terms of enrollment, this is kind of just an important piece of just, hey, in 1920, we had 50,900 students. It had increased 519 from the year before. Then this year, we went down significantly. We went down 2,500 students from the previous year down to 48,400. Currently, per the demographer's projection, we're over 50,000 next year, which is an increase of 2,000. And unfortunately, like I had Bob Templeton, who's have worked with for years with Templeton Demographics. He was going to be able to be with us virtually at last week's meeting. He's got another board meeting tonight, so he can't be here. He sent me a lot of good information, and I'll get all this to the board, but I'll read you some interesting pieces in terms of, because at our last meeting, kind of some obvious questions were, well, hey, what's his logic? What's his mindset with what kind of logic is he using to come up with the numbers of 50,400 for next year? So perspective, one of the biggest changes for us fundamentally is that before COVID, of all the students that resided like within Round Rock's enrollment piece, we captured about 90% of those students, okay? Most recently, though, now we're only capturing 84% of the students. So whether they're staying home, whether they're going to charter schools, we've lost the percentage that we're capturing. It's fallen, pre-COVID to post-COVID, those 6 percentage points from 90% to 84%. Then IDEA charter schools, they pulled about 600 to 700 students from us. And statewide, the enrollment dropped this year across the whole state as a result of COVID. Enrollment dropped 156,000 students. 60% of that decrease was in pre-K, kindergarten, and first grade. So the vast majority was in the very early grade levels. Then he's projecting in terms of for next year that we get a COVID return at the younger grade levels that, hey, we lost them, but we're going to get a lot of those kids back. That's kind of embedded in his assumption. Then that we will get growth, because obviously we're growing single-family, multifamily. There's a lot of new home construction going on. So he's projecting the addition of approximately 8,000 single-family homes and 3,600 multifamily units. The additional housing units will generate approximately 5,520 school-age students. But then with mobility, all that sort of thing, we're going to lose some students to that. But I'll get you what he sent me, because he literally sent this to me this afternoon. So I read it and wanted to share that with you, but you'll have all the detail. I just kind of skimmed it for you there, but I'll get that to you as well. And then if we will go to the next slide, please. All right, so this gets into the revenue piece. The assumption here is that we do virtual, and this one has in terms of that line number 1, it has the inclusion of the golden penny. Trustee Weston asked, what's the impact if we didn't increase the golden penny? And on the next slide, you'll see I've just netted that at the bottom in terms of what does that do? What's our bottom line with the 1 penny or without the golden penny? So we'll see that impact in a second. It's a $5.8 million differential. So these numbers really aren't materially different from the last time that we talked, so I'm not really going to dwell on them. It's really driven at the current property tax is driven by a 6.5% increase, and with the lowering of the tax rate plus that 1 golden penny. At the state level, not really moving that number because it's too early to know what the state is going to be doing. So total revenue year over year is increasing slightly from the $440 million in this year's amended budget to $443 million next year. Okay, so next slide, please. So the next slide gets into expenses. And again, these numbers really haven't changed materially from last time. The thing I'll sort of share with you and kind of focus on is line 16, that $2.25 million, that's the elementary 35, what it would cost to staff elementary 35. So if we didn't open that, you could dial that number down by a couple of $1 million. Operationally, you'd still have to run the air conditioning, you'd have to mow the outside, those sort of things. So you would incur some cost, but you would save, easily a couple $1 million if the decision was to not open Elementary 35 next year. In terms of line 17 with the compensation changes and line 18 with the medical, the assumption of the $700,000 on the medical is that we would increase the district's medical contribution by $10. That would give us enough money to where that we wouldn't be pulling money out of the staff's paycheck to cover expected increases in medical cost. We'll have that $300,000 is just a placeholder, kind of like knowing, hey, we're going to need to do some market adjustments. Don't have any specificity on that at all. That's TASB's job, so just leave that for now, and we'll see what they come back with on April the 1st. So total salaries, that increase from $403 to $406 million is really driven by the assumption of opening Elementary 35 and then $1 million worth of medical and compensation changes there. Then on line 25, the food service, I've got an assumption of $750,000 that I discussed earlier, that we're putting that requirement in the bid spec. CTE is going to need to increase their spending. The $3.9 million is the current estimate there. And then line 30, you see that the assumption, if we're not a fast growth district, we'd be subject to recapture of $12.6 million. So on line 33, all of that in a bottom line into a number is, if we increase the golden penny from 4 to 5 cents, we'd have roughly a $32 million shortfall. Line 35 shows that if we didn't have the golden penny, the shortfall would increase by another $5.8 million to $37.8 million. So that's that. Go to the next slide, please, Jennifer. Okay. Now, since tax rate is obviously, you're not only ultimately in June going to be adopting the budget, but ultimately the tax rate as well. So, and hey, every taxpayer on there wants to know, hey, what am I getting for what I'm paying for? So, been asked by the board before to, well, hey, show what the rearview mirror is, and then also kind of explain how the compression works and how the proposed tax rate, like break it down and show the individual components of that. So this attempts to do that, or lays it out in terms of starting with the M&O rate that pays the staff salaries. If you start with 2019-20, the Tier 1 tax rate was 93 cents. There were 4 golden pennies, so the total M&O tax rate was 97 cents. That was the first year of post-House Bill 3. So that was the first year that tax rates were compressed. The tax rate from the prior year had fallen the 7 cents there, which is the decrease. Then when you go to the year that we're living, the tax rates compressed. The Tier 1 tax rate compressed from 93 cents to round numbers 92 cents. We left the golden penny unchanged at 4 cents. So the M&O rate was 95.64. That's what it is right now. And that was a decrease of a little over a penny from the previous year. Now, the potential tax rate for next year is that if our property values increase 6.5%, that Tier 1 rate will compress down to 88 cents. If we increase the golden pennies from 4 to 5 cents, then the total M&O rate would be at 93.2 cents, which would be a 2.44 cent decrease year over year. Then if you go to the next slide, please. And this just simply shows you the math. I've sent this out to the board before, and so won't really kind of go through it again, but this simply lays out the math of how the compression works at the Tier 1 rate. So in doing the math, in 2021, it was 91.64. It would compress down to 88.2. Next slide. Okay, so this then gets into the piece of how state funding actually works. And I always try to, it's real important for me, and hey, what I like to do is understand how something actually works, and then, hey, here it is, everybody, here's how it works. And so what you've always hear, and the truth is, hey, state funding, if you get into the weeds, it becomes very complicated. But if you just really understand fundamentally straightforward, it's a very simple kind of straightforward approach in terms of how Tier 1 funding works. And so what I'm doing here with this slide is simply giving the example of what if you just had 3 types of kids? Because with Tier 1 funding, all you're doing is you're multiplying 3 numbers together. You're multiplying A times B times C to get your answer. And so if I had one, the first line is simply one regular ed child. So that's an FTE, one full-time equivalent. If I had one student, that weighting on that type of child would be a 1. The basic allotment is $6,160. So 1 times 1 times $6,160 is $6,160. Next, if you went to with a special ed child, had one FTE, that weighting can vary all the way up to a weighting of 5. But if you just said the weighting for this child is 2, then 1 times 2 times $6,160 is the $12,320. Then a CTE FTE, that has a weight of 1.4. So 1 times 1.4 times $6,160 is $8,624. So if I just had those 3 kids in my district, if that was my total district, I would get $27,104 of total revenue. Okay, what the state does is said, I guarantee you, Round Rock, if this was our entire district, you're going to get $27,104 at your Tier 1 tax rate. You're going to get that much money. Okay, but how much can you raise locally? Well, under the assumption you could raise $20,000 of that locally, then locally your property tax pays $20,000 of that bill. The state picks up the other $7,104. Okay, so Dr. Presley always gives me a hard time because I like props, but to me they're the best kind of memory aid piece. So in terms of the basic allotment, if you viewed this cup as the basic allotment, and given last week, I think you need to see this side of the cup. Okay, so if this was the basic allotment, and you got this was $6,160. Okay, what all that math is really saying is that if that was the $6,160, and okay, how much of that could I raise locally? Well, if this was my tax base locally, what would happen is I'd pour this into here. Okay, and so of this $6,160, this came from my local taxpayers. Okay, whatever had to be filled for the remainder, you've got the state here saying, whatever the rest of it takes to fill this cup, I as a state am going to pour that difference in there and fill that cup. What's important for us to understand and everybody in our district to understand is after all this is done, we can talk all day. It doesn't matter if our cup locally is this size or if next year the tax base increased to here or it got even bigger and bigger. All we're going to walk away from is this amount. Okay? So I could have a cup 10 times this size. I'm going to pour it into here. When it fills this, no matter what I pour in locally, all we get to keep is this. When the water starts overflowing this cup, everything that's left that falls into the pan, that's recapture. That's what goes back to the state. So if we can't raise enough locally, the state pours in. If we pour a ton in, we could pour a gallon here. Everything beyond this cup just goes back to the state in terms of recapture. Okay, so unless the big thing for the state is unless they increase the size of this cup, unless they increase the basic allotment, this is all we get. Okay, so the important thing to realize is that it sounds real good when the state's saying, hey, we're going to fully fund House Bill 3, we're going to leave the basic allotment, we're going to fund growth. What they're really saying is this cup's not changing. So if this doesn't get any bigger, then we as a district, okay, how are we going to pay for pay raises? We're not getting any incremental money. All we're getting is we'd get for growth, but growth requires more teachers, more operating costs, all that sort of thing. So that's a real important thing to understand is that at the Tier 1 level, this cup, if they don't change the basic allotment, this doesn't move. And it doesn't matter how much your property tax house went up, all that kind of thing, or mine went up, all we get to keep is this cup. Okay? So and if you understand that, you understand more than 99% of the people of the general population when it comes to how school finance works, because most people don't understand this. Okay? Next slide, please. So all we're doing with the next slide is simply showing, hey, the A times B times C that we use as an example, this is our actual reality of Round Rock, our actual Tier 1 calculation for 1920. These are actual numbers, but all it was doing for all the different types of kids that we have is doing the math, A times B times C. And if you go to the next slide, so we literally have a lot of different kid types, but when you get down to that third to the last number, that's the total amount that we get. So for all of our kids, the state is saying, okay, the size of that cup is $376 million. That's how much the state is guaranteeing that we're going to get. Last year, through the Tier 1 tax rate at 93 cents, we raised $354 million of that locally. The state paid the difference of the $21.5 million. Okay. Next slide. Okay. So now so that was Tier 1. Tier 2, which is the golden pennies, it's the same concept of A times B times C. It's just different numbers that you're multiplying. So there, the A is WADA. How many weighted average daily attendance do we have? In 1920, we had a little over 60,000. The weighting of each one of those pennies is 98.56 cents. We had 4 pennies, so A times B times C. We got 23.7 million. As a hypothetical, last year, had our tax rate been 5 cents, 1 penny higher, we would have raised $6.2 million more last year with that one additional golden penny. Okay, so next slide. Okay, and I'm not going to dwell on this slide. We went over this kind of step by step at the last meeting. What it literally lays out is just an example of, for an average taxpayer, what the average home value was, the current year, if it increased 6.5%, and we did everything that we're talking about in terms of the tax rate, that change in total tax would be $139. So that's the same ground that we covered previously, so I'm not going to rehash that. Go to the next slide, please. So what this does, and I've shared this with 3 trustees when we met about this a couple of weeks ago, but it literally tries to show, or does show, okay, if I'm the taxpayer, what do I get versus what am I paying in terms of tax rate? So if we use that same thing I'm the parent, I've got a child, okay? Well, for that child, okay, they're 1 FTE. If they were a regular ed child, they'd get a weighting of 1 times the 6160. They'd get $6,160. As the taxpayer, if I was living in a $500,000 taxable home, I would be paying, these are round numbers, but the 92 cents would be my Tier 1 tax rate, so I'd be paying $4,582 in property tax at the Tier 1 level. At the Tier 2 level, with the 4 golden pennies that we're currently paying this year, as a district, we get an incremental amount of revenue of $394. So the total amount of money that we have to educate the kids is $6,554. Those 4 additional golden pennies cost the taxpayer another $200. So if I'm that taxpayer living in the $500,000 home, I pay $4,782. My benefit to my child is that there's $6,554 coming in to educate the child. And that is the same if I've got 1 child living with me, if I've got 2, 3, 4, it would just multiply that benefit in terms of how much we as a district are getting versus what the taxpayer is paying. So that's our reality in terms of as a Round Rock student, like a Round Rock taxpayer, and what's happening with our state funding. If you go to the next slide, give you a comparison to us versus a Hutto student. So same kind of thing in terms of at the state level or at the Tier 1 level, funding would be the same funding for that child of the 6160. Now their tax rate is compressed more than ours because their values increased faster at a faster percentage than ours. So their Tier 1 tax rate is 87 cents. So if they were living in a $500,000 home, their tax rate would be $43.41. Now what Hutto is doing currently, they don't have 4 golden pennies. They have all the golden pennies that you could do, which is a maximum of 8 cents. So they not only do the 4 golden pennies, beyond that they do 6 copper pennies as well. So their total benefit to their student is the $72.86. Their total tax rate is $1.01. So they pay basically they have like a 5 cent higher tax rate than we do at the M&O side. So their taxpayer would pay $251 more if they were living in a $500,000 home. But the benefit to that child, when you do all the math and you convert from WADA to ADA, and just kind of the mindset I have is that if you just saw a child walking down the hall, you don't see the WADA, you see a child at an ADA. Well, they're getting roughly $950 for every child walking around in a hall in Hutto. given their tax rates and everything, that child's getting $950 more toward their education. If you put it into a 22, like a kindergarten class of 22 students, that's $20,000 more in that classroom in Hutto than exists in the Round Rock school. So just to kind of give you that perspective. Next slide. Okay, so now we've ultimately the board's got to adopt 3 budgets. So all of this talk before has been on the general fund side. This is the debt service budget, which will be another budget that you have to adopt. These numbers are the same that you've seen before. The one thing to note, and you know that on the consent agenda tonight, is a resolution to do a refinancing of the 2015 variable rate bond, because that variable rate expires this year, so we have to refinance it as a result of that. So these numbers will change, kind of subject to how that's going to ultimately be done. We're doing all the paperwork and all of the piece there. One thing just to note, just like we did when we did our last bond sale back at the end of 2019, we do a great thing with our CTE students when we're going to do it again with this one, of actually showing them. The plan is to have 2 presentations to those kids to show them, like have kind of a primer initially to say, hey, we're about to be doing a bond sale, so here's information about that. But then on the actual day of the sale, they'll see that transaction happening live as the orders come in for our bond, all that kind of thing. So that'll be happening as well, just to let you know. But right now, in terms of the budget for next year, even with the lower penny, we have total revenue of $107.7 million. Our current expenses would be, for bond payments, would be roughly $105 million. So we'd have $3 million left over. There were questions about, well, hey, if we lower that penny, what about our future bond? What kind of capacity do we have? Well, we have significant capacity. Like if our next bond was in the fall of November of 2023, we'd have the capacity of, just round numbers, $1 billion of capacity, and we could move that number even higher if need be. But we have even with that lowering that tax rate by a penny, we have the potential to significantly do a huge bond if need be in 2023. So we're not hurting ourselves in terms of, well, hey, if we lower that penny, we won't have enough capacity to do a future bond. We have significant capacity to do a future bond. So then the next slide, please. This is just a comparison of, and asked by the board in January was, hey, can you give perspective of what our debt looks like in relation to other districts our size? So this is the most recent. This is for fiscal year in 2019. Realize our enrollment today is different than it was at the end of 2019, but this is the most recent PEIMS data that we have. And it's really a reality that every year these numbers are going to change. We're going to make debt service. Some of these districts, will do another bond, all that kind of thing. So it's a moving thing. But at a point in time, you see that the range of debt by enrollment range from anywhere from a low at a LEAF of $8,000 a student to a high at Klein at $33,000. We, at the fiscal year in 2019, we're at $22,700. The overall average was $21,581. So just information, there's those data points. Then next, this is the debt service payments that we have. This will, like I said, it'll change once we do that refinancing of the 2015. Those numbers will change some, not dramatically. But we currently have $936 million of principal outstanding, $337 million of interest, for a total debt service of $1.3 billion. Next slide, please. And these are the different bonds outstanding of the bonds that we have. So $936 million of principal. Next slide. Then finally, just the food service, we're going out to bid on that. The RFP actually hasn't hit the street. We're clearing with TDA, but it'll go out pretty soon. And it's got the assumption of the $750,000 of profit in there that would be used for shared operating costs. So with that, I'll open it up to any questions that you have.
Ms. Harrison.
I feel like this is maybe a silly question. Let me just be real about that. My question is about the fast growth district. Would if, I know there's so many variables about virtual schooling, but if we did offer virtual school and we took in more students virtually, would that qualify us for the fast growth allotment?
Right. The piece for kind of start here, because the easiest thing to just sort of understand is how the calculation is actually done. So it's always done looking in a rear view mirror. So it's going to, like for next year, it's going to say what was our enrollment this year, and then compare that to 2 years before that. Okay, so it's going to take the 2021 actual enrollment and say what is that in relation to what it was 2 years before that. But since that number is what it is, we've shrunk, so we're down, so we can't impact what our reality will be for next year. But on a go forward basis, to your point, hey, if we push our enrollment up, and it's kind of like, hey, when you're low, it's easier to come up, and so our number is obviously down, and so when we ultimately push that number up, then it'll be easier to qualify for that fast growth allotment again.
Thank you.
Yes.
Ms. Vessa?
I think that was actually a really good clarification, because I think that what you're saying is that this may be a 1 year blimp for us. We might be back on the fast growth allotment train after this year. So in some respects, I feel like we need to see a longer trajectory than just 1 year, because what we're talking about, this year we got our current year, which could end up being pretty rough if they don't hold us harmless second semester. Then we got this next year, which we're projecting to be pretty rough, $32 million at least. So we kind of have to look at this at a longer vision, because that's unsustainable. We can't just be taking tens of million dollars out of fund balance every year. But if we're seeing that, okay, this is just a temporary COVID blip in a long-term trajectory that we're going to come out of it, then that's a different world. Right. So I feel like as we go forward, we need to see some scenarios moving down the road. And I think that one thing that in retrospect, last spring, we were looking at this year, and we had secured the fast growth allotment for this year, right? But we didn't have any assumptions. Would we, if we lost, because I was talking so much about what if we lose students? I know I talked about it as nauseum, those of us that were, here or watching. I was very, very concerned. And my concerns came to fruition. We did lose those students, and they did impact our recapture. I didn't know it was about the fast growth allotment at the time, because that wasn't an assumption that I was aware of. But to not repeat that, we need to look further down the road. And two, I don't think we should be making dramatic changes in our budget as we're hiring a new superintendent. I think that's, as we go through this budget discussion, it's kind of just how do we get to our new superintendent to make these decisions about the forward. But I also don't want to make dramatic cuts if this is just a temporary blip and that we're going to recover down the road and we just have to get through this painful period. So my request would be not just to look at this next year, but to look at the following year in terms of, okay, and make some assumptions. All right, well, the likelihood that we get the fast growth allotment is actually pretty decent because we lost so many students this year. And if we gain them back, we'll be one of the top districts in the state, because the truth of the matter is the urban districts lost the most students, correct? The rural districts didn't lose as many students. So they're not going to have the fluctuation that the urban districts are. Because we're not alone. Almost every urban, suburban district in the state lost students. So the likelihood, and most districts in the state are actually rural. There's 1,200 districts in the state. But most of the students are in this urban suburban districts. So I think there's a good chance that we're going to be a fast growth district again by the things that you've said. But we kind of have to look going forward down the road. And then we have to even think about, okay, so we gain all these students. What happens in year 3? Like, what do we have to do to maintain a fast growth district? This actually has to become, because we made decisions last spring in terms of compensation. We added $12 million to our budget in terms of compensation based on assumptions that we were going to continue in the same trajectory. But those assumptions have changed. And there's nothing we can do about those raises. We can't just cancel them. They're stuck. And I just feel like we need to look further down the road to see if we can, come out of this without making cuts, that will eventually, this will be just a blimp and we'll come back, or whether we see this as a long-term problem.
So something to say that's important the hardest thing is that, especially on the go forward, is there's a ton more unknown than what's known at the state level. But to start with, for the year that we're living, 2021, what's important there, and obviously the biggest component is the hold harmless, extending that for the rest of the year. But the latest that I've seen on that is that the wind's blowing in a favorable direction. My understanding is the House seems open to that. We'll know, my thought is, we'll know within a month whether they're going to extend the hold harmless for the rest of the year. I think the House seems like they're an easier sale and more willing to do that. Kind of like what you said earlier, the Senate is more one of a mindset of, well, hey, if I just granted that, then you're not going to have any incentive to go actually get the kids and make sure that they're coming to school. So that's kind of the political dynamic. If it is extended, my hopeful expectation is that they're going to do it. If they do it, then our reality as a district is the budget that we adopted, because we're, as you see on the monthly financials every month, our cost structure, we're beating that, significantly. We're coming in well under budget in terms of our expenses. On the revenue side, we're going to come close, especially if the hold harmless is granted. We're in a good spot. I mean, we're not going to, and hey, got to live the experience, but we'll be in the millions. We're not going to be in the tens of millions of dollars of loss or anything like that. We have the potential, bottom line, if the hold harmless is granted for the whole year, we have a realistic expectation of coming close to a bottom line that's, hey, we might miss it, in the millions one way or the other, but we got a chance of doing good or having a balanced budget by the end of the year. That's a reasonable expectation if that hold harmless is granted. So that's this year. Okay. When it comes to next year, hey, the big differences between next year and are just like, what are the big variables for next year? Is, well, one, we're 1,200 fewer kids in our budget projection for next year than what we built our budget for this year. So that's, round number, that's $10 million, just that one piece there. On the potential for sunshine, though, there's $20 billion of potential for sunshine, because if the federal government, dependent upon when they make that $1.9 trillion decision, that's huge. I mean, between that and what's already done with the CARES, that's $20 billion that the state could come, not only help us, but help others as well. So we'll have to kind of live that experience. But I agree with the mindset of, hey, I'm not one of saying, well, hey, the only way we're going to balance, we just got to start, changing our cost structure and letting people go and all of that kind of mindset. I think we'd be smart. We should be smart. As a board, I'd like to get y'all sort of, and we're just kind of hitting it with you right now. But the question of Elementary 35, do we open that thing, next year, or do we wait? That's a $2.25 million decision. that needs some discussion as a district in terms of what we do. So what we'll be doing, as administration, we're going to be kicking our own tires in terms of, hey, what can we do to, not be letting people, handing out pink slips or anything like that, but what can we do to be as efficient with our dollars and our structure for next year as we can. We'll be doing that. Going to be having the, every day, what's the latest from the state, all that kind of thing. So when we come in April, we'll be having, okay, what's the latest from the state? We'll know a whole lot more, hopefully, then than we do now. I've made myself a note that what I'll do in terms of, for that meeting, I will layer in with what we know, what the demographer is projecting for 22-23, what the state's kind of saying, reading to those tea leaves, not only show a 21-22 budget, but then beyond that, a 22-23 assumption in there. So I'll do that. An obvious hard piece is right now, I could show you a 22-23 number. There's so much unknown that it's like, okay, that's Kenneth talking, and there's nothing beyond that. But I will by then, by that April 1st meeting, I'll get that layered in there for you as well.
Can I ask real quick, with the fast growth, it's the top 25% in the state. Where were we? Were we at the 25% mark? Were we at the 10% mark?
We were if this is the 25%, and if this was the fastest growth and this was the lowest growth for this year that we qualified, I'd say we were it would be here. We weren't the fastest one, but we weren't 25%, but we were in the 20s, at the 20 level. So
we were near the cutoff line, though, even this year.
Right. But that's a deal of, hey, every year it's that was that year, but then it becomes, okay, what's the latest, what's the next year versus 2 years prior to that. So it's just an ongoing component.
I guess just to Corey's point, though, then, to as we plan forward, if we're right on the edge, then, our planning, we have to really plan ahead to try to make sure we stay in that top 25. It's a little, if we were at 5%, if we were at the 5th or the 6th highest growing district, I wouldn't feel as concerned, but right. If we're toward the bottom.
I do know that our surrounding districts, I've heard Pflugerville talk about it, and they're there too. Every year they're fighting to be in that fast growth because they're dependent on it. It's like they've budgeted towards it, and if they lose it, it's detrimental. And I'm looking at other districts' budgets, and those ours, we're looking at it and go, oh, that didn't look good. Hey, the others around us don't look good either. Okay, we're all in the same boat. Would you agree with me with that? I'm looking at them. I'm assuming you're looking at them too.
Right, Leander's negative, and that was, I've talked to their CFO a couple of weeks type of thing, and they're negative, and so, we're...
To a similar degree, I believe that there was they're assuming doing the same thing. They're assuming doing the swap with their M&O-INS swap, same deal, and they're still, I believe, $38 million in the hole. So I haven't seen AISD's numbers or Pflugerville's. They're probably having their meetings. They were supposed to probably have their meetings during the whole last week shutdown, so I imagine they're having their meetings this week. They don't actually start their budget process quite as soon as we do. But based on what I saw last year, I'm going to guess that they are also in a similar situation.
Dr. Bone?
So I have a couple of questions. They're kind of on the same line. I'd like something clarified on slide or page 7, line 30. It talks about the recapture payments, and it says, assume not a fast growth district. So this is on the line of fast growth because I'm really wanting to understand the fast growth allotment. So is it my understanding correct in the fact that not only do we lose $11.7 million because we don't get the fast growth allotment, then we also have to pay $12.6 in recapture? Is that correct? Or do we not Do we pay recapture if we get the fast growth? Can you explain that a little bit?
Yeah, so the piece with recapture, and if you think back to those two slides that showed, okay, here's tier one in the 1920 year. So if you were like for a district that is a fast growth, then it's a deal of, well, hey, you get this money, okay? So then when it says, well, how much can you raise locally? Well, that how much is going to get recaptured? Well, you qualify for more. So, at the same tax base, if I qualify for more, you're not going to recapture because I'm entitled to $12 million more if I'm fast growth than what I would get if I didn't qualify for fast growth.
Okay, so it sounds like it is a double negative. So we are not only losing money, but we're going to pay more because we don't have a fast.
I think the important thing is simply, I think the most important thing to realize about recapture isn't a cost, okay? Recapture is simply, how much are you entitled to? So this is how much I'm entitled to. That's all I'm going to get, regardless of if my property tax was zero or if I had $1 billion, I was going to get $1 billion, all I get to keep is this, okay? So with fast growth, the fast growth cup is bigger than this cup, okay? But recapture, just kind of know that recapture is kind of irrelevant because all I'm entitled to is this cup. Fast growth made this cup bigger by $12 million. But I'm only going to get to keep this regardless of if I had no tax base or my tax base was huge. I just get to keep this cup. The fast growth simply makes this cup bigger. That makes sense?
Yes, that makes sense. So the other question I have then is, we're assuming a 6.5% value increase in property. Is the compression higher? So when do they, I guess I'm trying to figure out, what if we come in and our property values are actually 10% growth? Do we actually get, when do they calculate compression? When do we know our compression rate?
Yeah. So like right now, we're using estimates. The actual compression will be a progression of, okay, here are the certified values, and they actually went up between the two counties by whatever that is. So it's 6.5 or it's 7 or it's 6, whatever that is. And it'll compress, plus or minus based on what those ultimate percentage increase is. But if you think of that slide that actually showed, I didn't dwell on it, but it's like it laid out the math. Well, that math would simply say, okay, Ken is currently assuming 6.5%. If I change that 6.5 to 7, the compression, a faster growth or a higher growth level will result in more of a compression of a tax rate.
So if we had more of a compression, then would you recommend us increasing the tax rate? Is that what happens, or?
My recommendation, you have to kind of think in terms of two buckets. The tier one, and that's where compression happens. So the tier two and the golden penny piece, that's a separate issue. Okay, so the growth, all that kind of thing, that's all a tier one, question. And it's simply a deal of the higher the property values increase, the more the tax rate is going to compress down. The tier two, so then when you talk the other hand and the golden penny, that has nothing to do with property value increases or anything like that. That's simply if we raise that a penny, we get $5.8 million more of additional funding.
I think my question is I understand the golden penny. I think my question is, we're assuming a 6.5% property value increase. What if it comes in at 10%? And our compression, I'm assuming then our taxes get pressed down lower.
Tax rate would compress down. Right.
Then is the recommendation, how does that work? Do we then recommend increasing the tax rate a lot so that we get that?
No, it would be the result of that math. So whatever that math, whatever that ultimate percentage increase is.
So you wouldn't recommend another golden penny, I guess is what I'm asking.
We couldn't even do it. We would have to have a tax ratification election to to get anything. But what's important is what the promises that were made in HB3. The promises made in HB3 weren't that your tax rate would go down. It just wouldn't go up as fast. So if you saw a 10% increase in your house valuation, the way that they're making sure that your property taxes don't go up 10% is by compressing the rate. So if your property, but they're telling you, hey, you're on the hook for 2.5% for your local school district and 3.5% for your city and county. We're not going to compress them more than that. And so that's the difference there. There were promises made, so people are going to see their valuations going up, but the compression will make sure that their actual bill doesn't go up more than a certain percentage. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand that, but I understand that we were talking about lowering M&O and then also with compression. So that's what I was trying to figure out.
Yeah, and so the math, because I literally took the spreadsheet that's in your piece. It's slide 9. So I took the current Tier 1 tax rate of the 9164, multiplied it by 1.025, and then divided by your example of a 10% increase, so divided by 1.1, and that would result in a Tier 1 tax rate of 0.8539. So it would compress our current assumption of 0.882, it would compress down to 0.8539 under that example.
I was just, really what I'm trying to do is figure out how dependent our budget is on that estimate of 6.5. Because I'm trying to figure out the budget's not.
No, we're going to get that cup.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah, I get it.
That's all we get.
I get it.
We can take in less. We can take in more. We get the cup. So our budget's not dependent on that. It's just, we're just talking about compression. It's actually just, I mean, it's there. In terms of our budget, it doesn't impact it. We get the basic allotment plus whatever weights they put on, and that's it. That's all we get. So the real issue is the state. If they lowered the basic allotment, we get less. If they increase the basic allotment, we get more. If we increase how many golden pennies we have, then we get more.
Yeah. So I understand enrollment also.
Enrollment, absolutely.
Right. And so, Dr. Bone, the piece is literally kind of this in terms of on the budget slide 6 in terms of revenue. What we really have is in terms of the revenue component deals with line 1 and 6 on the revenue piece, like, okay, how much do we raise locally, and then how much does the state kick in? But to Trustee Vessa's point, it's really, that amounts to just, okay, you're going to pour two things into this cup. If the basic allotment doesn't move and we start with this cup, then property values increase to whatever. Well, that just says, how much am I pouring in from the local? The more it increased, the more I pour. But then on this side, the state, if they don't change the basic allotment, then they don't have to pour in as much. We pour in more locally, but they don't have to pour in as much.
Okay, so that's what I'm actually getting to this, in that really we need to look at enrollment, right? Which is what Corey was saying. So, I think going forward, how do we do that? Like, how do we look at enrollment? And how do we recapture students? How do we make, Round Rock ISD the school of choice? How do we get back to 90% of our students in our district coming instead of 84%?
Dr. Zhao, you've been very patient.
I just want to comment. If we want to optimize mathematically, we don't want to be in the top 5%. We do want to consistently be at 25%, so that every year we get the 12 million extra. So it's like I remember one pole jumper. Every time we break the world record, you get bonuses. But every time you just increase by 1 centimeter, right? That's how to get more money. So mathematically, if we really want to optimize, we might get a really sharp dip in 1 year. Then every other year we get gradual increase. That's optimal situation. But in terms of budget, I just think that in most cases we shouldn't budget this as a guarantee. Right? We cannot make this assumption that every year we get this.
Ms. Feller?
So this isn't what my question was, but just my comments on the fast growth district. I really am uncomfortable incorporating that money in our plan in any way, shape, or form, because it's not guaranteed. It's kind of like planning your household budget on a bonus that it's not guaranteed that you're going to get that. You plan your house budget on your salary and what you know you're going to get, and anything that comes in on top of that is gravy and can fund other things and things. I'm just not comfortable hoping that we get there, planning how can we get there. Especially since we are so like on the verge of being in that 25%.
Yeah, one thing that's important to note to that, and I understand the mindset. What's important in terms of like for the budget though, like if we back up a year to last year's budget, it isn't an unknown at that point. We knew when we adopted the budget last year, that's kind of money in the bank. We're going to get that because it's simply taking the rearview mirror and saying what was enrollment a year ago versus 2 years before that. Okay, here's how we compared against everybody else. We knew when we adopted the budget last year we're going to get the fast growth allotment. We qualified. We're going to get that money. Now the concern piece is, okay, pandemic whatever on a go forward basis. That's where if you're going to be you want to be aggressive, you want to be conservative. That would be a thing of, hey, I know I'm going to get the money, like take last year. I know I'm going to get the money this year, but on a go-forward basis, I want to assume I'm not going to get it again. So, and take, for example, what we're doing, so to kind of take what you just said, I think the play would be that the next time we meet, you'll not only have the budget column for next year for 21-22, you'll have another column for 22-23. Well, given if that's the way the board wants me to do, I'll simply say, look, regardless of what demographer projects, anything like that, I'm going to just zero that out and say we're going to assume for 22-23 we're not getting fast growth allotment. Even if the numbers would say odds are good we're going to get it, I would just leave that out and bring that to you and say, hey, okay, this doesn't have a fast growth assumption in either of those years, and here's what we're dealing with.
Okay. So I have a couple of questions. On slide 5, when they said the demographer estimates that there's a 1 to 2% decrease in enrollment if there's no virtual option. I know you said that you gave us some brief intro as to what the assumptions were in how our enrollment would grow. I'm wondering where that 1 to 2% assumption comes, and is there a way that we could fine-tune that number either through a survey of starting to plan for next year of if we don't offer virtual in any way, shape, or form, will you be returning to Round Rock ISD? If the state does fund it, would you be interested in participating? Somehow find out what the future is of our actual students and not base it on an assumption. Now, that's not necessarily your domain to do that kind of survey. Do what? Oh, sorry, I heard all this noise over here, but just somehow fine-tune those numbers for our district now so we can make some decisions. We've polled our parents, and this is what they've said, and we are going to be faced with 5% more leaving, or maybe reach out to that 6% that we've lost and said, if we are guaranteed to offer in-person learning, would you be interested in considering coming back? And somehow reaching out to this population that we've lost and planning for the future. That's my first point. Next one.
Can I make one statement on that, though? And that is a powerful advocacy tool. If we can go to the legislature and tell them that we have surveyed our student population and this many of them will disenroll if there's not a virtual option, then that will impact their pressure on TEA to make that decision.
Sure. Okay, so my next one, and I hesitate to bring this up in this meeting because I know there's 4 trustees that don't know anything about this, and we don't have to go into any explanation as just say it's off the table. But around this time last year, we were having some really interesting discussions about possible changes to how leave is structured in the 12 days that staff get and the budget savings that we would get. You remember that? Is that just gone for now until we get in a more normal whatever normal means environment?
Yeah, because there's the to that point, there's just, so many, it's hard to get the group together because it's literally like, well, we're trying to get, make sure there's water and there's not water on the floor and all that. That's really, it's just hard to get people together because there's so many other elephants to deal with right now.
Okay. Next question is on slide 7, line 14, we're looking at a $5 million increase in salary and benefits. Slide 7, line 14, salaries and benefits, it's an increase of $5 million. Even looking at our student enrollment for next year projected with the increase, including virtual, we are still not back to the enrollment for actual 1920. So I'm wondering why we have a $5 million increase in salaries and benefits when we've been said we're overstaffed, we've lost students. I know we have added some positions like social workers and police officers and things like that, but I know we've also lost a lot of staff. So if you could help me understand that $5 million increase in the budget, that would be really helpful.
Right. So literally, it's not an increase. What it is as a starting point is to say, if we didn't do anything different next year than what we're currently budgeted at, that would be our payroll cost. So that 371 is literally line 14 from 2021. If you take line 14 and add line 16, 17, and 18, you get the 371. So it's literally this year's cost structure as the starting point. Because then the logic is to say, what's different about next year than this year? So then it gets into like line 16, okay, if we open elementary 35, that's going to cost us $2.25 million more next year than our cost structure is this year. If we did an equity adjustment of $300,000, that's incremental cost. If we increase medical $700, that's incremental cost. So that starting point.
So are those numbers double counted?
No.
If those lines 16, 17, 18 are already included in that $5 million increase, why are they line itemed?
Okay. So I'm saying adding in, if you take the column 2021, like 2021 column, if I take 366 million, okay, so on line 14, I take 366, I subtract 8, then I add 12, and I add 1. That's really what my current salary and benefits, with the changes that I made, all that kind of thing, in the year we're living, I currently have a cost structure of $371 million for those lines. All I did was said, I'm putting that, I'm summarizing that and saying that's my starting point. So if I didn't do anything different next year than what I'm doing this year, I'd have 371 just like I did last year. But what we're doing each year is saying you start with, like, in the next year's budget, you start with this year's cost structure. And then you're literally just saying, is anything different next year than it is this year? If there's not, then all the other detailed lines are zero. But our changes for next year is opening elementary 35, the compensation change, and the medical insurance. And that's it.
Okay, so that makes sense. I understand that way. Help me understand line 16, first column of an $8 million loss then on this year.
No, it's not. Well, in terms of for this year, for 21-22?
Yeah, 2021 amended budget, line 16, $8 million deficit.
Okay. So if you think to, like when we were building, we were here a year ago and we're building the 2021 budget. That started with $366 million. So it was like, okay, the year before that, if we didn't do anything different, that would be our cost structure. But what was different about our cost structure for this year is that we did, like it says in the notes there, a run rate adjustment, okay? We knew that we had more positions budgeted, that we could basically just take $8 million of positions away because they were unfilled. We could run our show without those positions. So we took that out. That's that $8 million reduction. We didn't give anybody a pink slip or anything like that. It was simply we had more payroll of positions that had been approved over whatever period of time that we said we don't need that. So we took that out, okay? And then with the pay raises, and we increased, like what we were paying substitutes, we increased the bilingual stipend. We did the things with, hey, if you were about to retire, and before we were having a lot of people just say, well, man, I've got 100 days of leave, and I'm not going to get anything for them, or I'm going to get chump change if I leave, so I'm just not going to be here. So we're all kind of subs. So we said, well, let's give a carrot. So we increased, we said, we're not going to limit the amount of days. If you've earned them, we're going to pay you, and we're not going to pay you chump change, we're going to pay you. So that there was a cost, but we were incentivizing the behavior that we wanted with that price tag. And so all of those things built into that, and then a 2% raise. So the 2% raise was like $6.8 million, and we increased the bilingual stipend. We did those other things, and that's the remainder to get to the $12 million. And then we increased our medical contribution, and that was the $1 million cost.
Okay, thank you. That makes it more understandable. Not totally yet, but okay. I'm getting there. That's why you do your job and I don't. Last question is, there's lots of talk about assumptions and decisions that have to be made regarding this budget. And I'll be real honest, I am very uncomfortable with a $31 or $37 million deficit budget. I'm very, very uncomfortable with that. It is not sustainable, as we've talked about. And you keep saying we don't have to decide this right now. When do we need to start making these decisions? Like, are we going to go for the golden penny? Are we going to open elementary 35? Are we going to, I mean, I know April is when the compensation will happen and stuff like that, but some of these other assumptions, and when do we have to start making decisions on these things to really have some hard, fast numbers and then turn from assumptions into this is what we're doing?
Right. And so here's my, and I guess my hopeful guys, so my hope is that it doesn't get any darker than it is right now, because the assumption right now is the state does nothing. Even with the potential of having $20 billion to help, they do nothing. They don't change the size of the cup. So if they do, okay, that's a world of hurt for us, because then that $30 million, that's bad, And then it's like, okay, what do you do type of piece. The one thing I'd say to answer your question real quick would be that April 1 meeting, when we sit down for that meeting, that's really the time that the rubber's going to start hitting the road in terms of some real decisions are going to have to be made, okay? And my mindset is going to be, look, if the state were, I'm not giving a dime of that $20 billion to you, so look at your $30 million shortfall, and that's your problem, not mine. If that's our reality, then it's literally going to be, okay, TASB, show the board a 1 or 2% raise, but I don't think that's going to wouldn't be my recommendation to you to do that. I mean, if we're that bleak, you don't just, dig a hole deeper than it already is. But so a lot depends over the next month what happens at the state level. What do we think that's going to be? Another piece is, like, just in terms of for this year, okay, does that hold harmless get extended? If so, that helps us out in terms of kind of a mindset of, okay, what we closed the books for last year is realistic to what we'd close the books for this year. So, hey, we didn't lose ground in our operations this year. So that's kind of a big piece of the puzzle to know as well. So my plan when we sit here again, on April 1st is I'll add that other column in there. I'll get you all the information that the demographer said. We're going to be doing the work, because, hey, 90% of our cost is people. We're going to have the conversations about, to how do we do it with all the world is that we live and all that we know. Okay. Like when I'm talking to my people and when I'm talking to myself, it's like, look, straight up, I don't want to, we're a first-rate district. I don't want to just, let's get rid of some people, just to help our bottom line. I don't want to destroy what we've got. But it's the straight-up question is, what do you need to really run your show and do it well? But you're looking at the same number I'm looking at. This isn't a good number. So what can we do before, absent cutting somebody, what do you need? And then have those, that's the first conversation that we're having. And so what we've already done is, and we're in the process of it, and last week took a week away from us, but the process is we started at the leadership level. So it's like, all the senior leadership and the area soups had the conversation. The conversation is just literally like this. Showed them the numbers. Here's our situation. We're 30 million in the hole. What the ask then is, look, go back to all of your direct reports, because everybody in the organization reports to those 15 or 16 people. Okay, so just like you've got one employee, so what Dr. Presley is telling his 15 quote direct reports, look, here's the work. Go to your people. Here's our situation. We've got a lot of smart people. Here's our reality. Just like, we all want the same thing. We want to improve that number. But how do we do that? Well, I don't know what a principal knows. I don't know what a whole lot of people know, but I know they know their job better. So if we can all understand the situation that we're in and collectively work toward how do we improve whatever that is to make it better, then it's a situation of the process is simply you communicate out. So I tell all my direct reports, here's the thing. I want to meet one-on-one with each of you, go over the staffing, so everybody else does that same thing. I want your ideas. What can we do different? Whatever. So ultimately, I will know from my direct reports, can we cut positions without hurting your performance, anything like that? Can we change our cost structure? And so everybody asks that question. Then you come back to the table, and whatever those ideas are, hey, we're 30 million in the hole. If we had to do something, here's ideas. And so that first meeting back is, okay, we had all the conversations. We're bringing that information back to the table. You then lay those ideas out, discuss them. Then you go out, you communicate that back. Okay, everybody's met. Here are the collective ideas. What do y'all think? Then you come back again, and I have done this a long time. In the rearview mirror, with 3 of those back and forth, you communicate out, you bring it back, you share it. By 3 times, you ought to have, okay, here's our decision. We agree. Everybody had the decision, ability to be heard. But so then with that process, when I come to you ultimately in June, it's not just, well, hey, Kenneth had to make up 30 million, so he just started, what does Kenneth know type of thing. It's no. You're holding Dr. Presley accountable. Well, if I'm his messenger, I'm coming with 7,000 people saying, here's what we collectively think we ought to do about this number to get as good as we can. We all want to get the best education for the kids, all that kind of thing. Here's what we collectively think is the best way to do that. And so we're early in the process, and last week didn't help, all that kind of thing. But that's the process that we're doing. And then as each day, more. And so hopefully that number just by itself with state help, moves. But then, on something that y'all could add is simply, hey, is it thumbs up or thumbs down? By golly, we want to open elementary 35 regardless, or, that can wait. Need to know how you want to, what your recommendation is in terms of playing that. We can, do that. But those are the pieces, and it's a big elephant, but you just got to keep chewing, and every day you learn more. Okay, I thought this, right or wrong. Now I've got more information, and you just keep embedding everything. Ultimately becomes a number, and you just keep building.
Ms. Harrison.
Thank you, President Weir. Trustee Feller, sorry for distracting you. We were celebrating over here because of your great points. Dr. Presley, I feel like sometimes there's we're acting like we can't do something about the knowledge of whether or not people will return if there's virtual. And I guess my question is, why can't we just ask? Can we ask now? We know the planning cycle of a year, a school year. We know that we're in that really important window. So I feel like we hem and haw a lot about assumptions or what people want or what people need. And it's not just virtual, because I don't want to get in this cycle. It's not just virtual in person. It's going back to and connecting the dots with what's the story behind the withdrawal data. Why are people leaving? And I feel like the lever we need to be pulling right now to be okay in this tough time is enrollment. And that's the variable that we can control. We can't control, Corey's trying all by herself. I'm just following her around. We can't control what the state does or doesn't do at this point. But we can do our best to address enrollment. And I guess it feels very simple. Why can't we just ask people? And then why can't we do some user research behind why people have left or what we need to do to get them back? And we know that much of that is tied to COVID, but that might not be all of it. And if we never ask, how do we just don't know.
Yeah, I mean, we could definitely can gather that information. I don't think we're saying we can't do that. It's typically, and Dr. Malerba mentioned it earlier, typically when a student disenrolls from a school or withdraws from a school to go somewhere else, the information we get is they don't have an exit interview, I guess is what I'm saying. They fill out the form, I'm going from here to this school, or I'm going from here to homeschool. So we do have most of that information. Once in a while, we don't get that information, or they'll say they're going somewhere that they really don't go. But there's not like an exit interview with any kid who leaves the district. And these are different times. I mean, because up until now, we've been growing every year, right?
Right.
So we have lost kids, and we do. I thought we had given the board information about where they have gone. It was said earlier in the meeting that we don't know where they're going. Well, we have that broken down to show you the kids who have left us, where they've gone to another public school or to a charter or to homeschool. So we have that information.
Okay, that would be helpful. I'm not saying we need to know why, and maybe I said that, but where would even give us more of a concrete piece to look at? Are they all going to charters? Are they all going to private?
And the majority of the kids we've lost this year have gone to other public schools. But, you know, and that may be because they relocated because of the pandemic, or they had to go live with someone else, or, you know, it just depends. But we can refresh that report and get you another one. I feel like we gave that to the board last semester, so that everybody could see. So
that might have been prior to, do you know, Trustee Vessa, was that prior to the new?
It may have been before the elections. It might have been. So
I would love to see that. It would be good to have. I mean, even that has some assumption built in, but I just feel like it's intangible of like, you know, people left because of this. People are leaving because of this. I think that we have some measure of control here.
Yeah, and we've done quite a few surveys this year, and I'm not opposed to surveying families if we come back to Round Rock next year, if we have virtual or if we're all in person. The challenge with that we see on a micro level with every 9 weeks, because we have parents who sign up and say they're coming in person because they thought the pandemic would get better. And then they decide when the 9 week starts, we're going to stay virtual. Or they come to school for a couple of days and say, I'm going to go virtual for various reasons. I get that, because they may not like the feel of the campus, because it's not fully populated. But there are a fair number of parents who have projected through the year, we're going to return next 9 weeks, and then without the scaling of the vaccine, or their circumstances change and they decide to stay virtual. So I think it's information we can gather. I don't know how accurate it would be if we ask people now, because they don't know when the wide range immunity will really start to be everywhere, right? And there are people that are truly afraid of the virus, and until that fear goes away, they're not going to be comfortable bringing their kids back. And I also don't want to, with us not knowing whether we'll even be able to offer virtual, it's almost like dangling a concept that may not ever come to fruition. And so I don't want people to be confused about that if we put out a survey and say, will you come back if we have virtual opportunities next year, and then we can't offer that. It's information we can try to gather, but there are some complications to it as far as the accuracy.
I want to be clear. I mean, I said virtual, and that probably was not a good example, because then we get into that cycle of virtual in person. I'm not interested in that. I'm really interested in knowing what we can do to improve, to increase enrollment, especially with the rise of charters in our area. If we could get some qualitative data, like I asked earlier, what's the story? If we can access some of that. We know there are parents who have left for other reasons, so that, you know, we can control what we can. And now in hindsight, my wheels are turning around some of the things that you all brought up last month about the pilot program and bringing more students in. I mean, that's controlling enrollment, but we also have to continue to navigate why people may leave, even absent of the pandemic as well. So I don't want to get into the virtual, in-person. That's not my point. My point is, I think that we're not helpless in finding out some more qualitative data that might help us make decisions moving forward.
Yeah, and I know you don't want to focus on the virtual piece, but that's what, families who have been virtual this year and it's gone really well for their family and for their kids, and that would be a big piece for them. If you ask them, why will you not come back next year? Or if I qualified it and said, we're not going to offer any virtual instruction next year, the expectations everybody is in person, will you come back? And they say no, the qualitative piece might be because we're going to find a place where we can go to school virtually. So there are just a lot of plates spinning on that, but we can try to gather some more information to share with the board. So,
Dr. Bone?
Yeah, actually, Tiffany started my conversation and my exact question. You do that a lot, so that's good. But I just need to reiterate, because when we talk about assumptions, the biggest assumption that didn't come true this year was enrollment, right? I mean, that was a big assumption, and it's put us in a predicament here. So I guess I'm just reiterating what Trustee Harrison has said. But I do want to be clear that, because I'm even hearing it now, is that we always go to virtual. Quality in-person education, quality education, being able to pivot maybe to virtual if we have to. What planning do we need to start making? Because I don't know if we're going to find out about virtual from the state and when we're going to find out. But I would like to focus back on I believe it's over 3,000 students that we left. We offer virtual education, and I can't say this enough. We offer virtual education. The 3,000 students that that left, obviously, maybe it was because they didn't have quality in person. I've sat and watched on social media this week as more students have left our district because of quality in person. I think we do need a campaign of getting students that are in our district back in our schools. And we need to be asking, what do you want next year to look like? Not do you want it virtual, not do you want it in person. What do you want your education to look like next year? Because we also know, and if Mandy's still on the call, I mean, she can talk about, there's some downfalls of virtual, right? Like, we don't know if we can keep up the pace. Remember, I'm a professor. I teach online. I can't keep the same pace online as I do in the classroom. So there's a pace. There's a lot of other things we have to look at. And Ms. Harrison, being a teacher, you understand that. So we need to look back and see what we can do to get these students, to get the enrollment, because that is one variable. I think that's what we're all saying here. It's one variable that we can control, that we can help. But I think we also need to be really careful in these numbers and these assumptions that people are going to come back next year, because you also have to know that charter schools, they're open right now. Their enrollment is already started. And I'm already seeing lots of my friends, lots of people talking about, going to other school districts. And they're leaving right now. And will they come back next year? I think we need to do a campaign of, hey, come back to our schools. We want you. We love you. And we want to know how we can help you. I mean, that's why I'm here. I want my neighbors to go to my schools. I want all the kids in Round Rock ISD to go to Round Rock ISD schools. So I just want to figure out, I'm with you, Trustee Harrison, I want to figure out how we do that. And it goes to the budget, because we need those students back in our district, and we want them in our district.
Well, you're basically talking about a marketing campaign, to bring kids back, and which we can explore that. Typically, districts that have done that have been districts that were losing enrollment, and some districts locally have spent significant money in marketing, billboards, bring your kids back to our district. We knew when charters started becoming more prevalent in Central Texas, that we, even before the pandemic, we were still a growing district, so we weren't in the kind of we weren't seeing the kind of enrollment challenges we're seeing this year. But we continue to grow because we have amazing teachers. Round Rock ISD is a great product. People want to go to school here. People move here to go to school here. So we do need to pivot and look at what kind of marketing efforts we can make. We haven't spent a lot of money or efforts in trying to market things. We've talked about creative ideas like the pilot program we mentioned to the board before. So we can explore all those options, but just a general marketing campaign to come back. I think Round Rock ISD has a great reputation, and once again, that's why it's been a great school district for a long time, because of the great teachers that we have. And it's a place where people want to be and they want to go to school. And we haven't had this problem until the pandemic hit. And every district's struggling with the same thing that we're struggling with. But we can definitely look at some marketing efforts to try to bring kids back to school, and we can explore that.
Yeah, Dr. Presley, can I just chime in 1 second? Because I don't want anyone to think that that's not already happening. We have been working on this we've actually been doing marketing efforts for a while, but as Dr. Presley said, it was a different environment when we were a growing district. But I have a very strong marketing team with lots of marketing experience, including corporate marketing experience. And we are very aware of this. We're already compiling lists. We have contact information of folks who've left the district. We know how to do targeted communications, and we're actively planning that. To Dr. Bone's point, there's a little bit of a chicken and egg situation, though. When we really start pushing it out full sail, we have to know what we're offering. And so there's that point in time when you have to gather the information of what folks want. But when we really hit a marketing campaign, it can't be asking them what they want. It has to be showing them what we have to offer. But I just want you to know that we are neck deep in that planning stages for that right now, and we'll be ready to launch when the time is right. But we fully recognize this, and we've been working on this since we realized more charter schools were coming into the area, because we know we have to be competitive. But COVID obviously has made it even more important.
Yeah, I think I just can't reiterate enough, and maybe it's because of what I'm hearing, and maybe it's just the people that I interface with, but it's a big group. There are things right now that we could do better. You know, I mean, we get emails. I mean, we all see them. You know, there's issues about mask. You know, elementary students playing outside in mask, and parents that don't want that. And are we listening, board? Are we listening to what these parents want? Because if we don't, they leave our district. And if we do listen to them, they come back, right? That's, I mean, you know, I'm an engineer. I sell products. That's how it works. So I want us to listen to our customers. I know we're in a pandemic, but if your customers want something in a pandemic, it's our job to do that safely. So that's all I'm asking, is that we go and listen to our customers and bring back, and honestly, I'll just say it now, bring back Round Rock ISD students. Because I just want to throw this out, because Trustee Vesta was talking about planning earlier. If we have 84% of our students inside Round Rock ISD, the more students we have that don't come, when we go to pass bonds, do they pass? Nope.
I want to jump in because Dr. Bone talked about mask wearing. For this issue, it's not what parents says, what the parents want. It's we need to follow the science, follow the CDC guidelines, follow the health department recommendations.
Okay,
right?
Can I ask you, what is the CDC guidelines?
Okay, but this is our budget discussion, so I don't want us to get off on masks, and we do have still a lot of buttons, because I have Trustee Vessa and then Weston and then Dr. Zhao. I still had you if you still had another budget question, but let's go to Trustee Vessa.
So one thing that Kenneth said was very troubling to me. He was like, okay, I'm going to go back and we're going to go and talk about how we can do the same with less. I only speak for me. I don't speak for everybody else on this board. But I sure as heck don't want you to do that right now. Why? Because they are just trying to deliver the best possible education that they can in very difficult circumstances. I do not want to talk about budget cuts right now. And I know I'm not comfortable with $32 million deficit either, but we are in a crisis, and we are just trying to deliver the best education possible in this crisis. And I don't want to heap another thing onto our principals and area soups who are dealing with so much right now. To have them knee deep in the next month trying to find ways to cut $15, $20 million from our budget means that they're not focused on providing the best possible education to our students in a very, very challenging environment. So I am not interested in that. I'm and I may be the only one up here saying that I don't really want to do that right now. I want to focus on right now on educating our students and doing the best job possible, because they are overwhelmed. They have so much on their plates right now. I cannot add this to it. Because budget cuts consume everything. They take all the air out of the room. They take all the time. And I'm not willing to go there right now. We'll deal with it. Hey, I'm the lady that gets us money, right? We'll figure it out. But right now we have to get through this crisis and do the very best job we can. In terms of the federal funds, you know, I hope that we get federal funds and that alleviates some of our woes, but we cannot finance ongoing expenditures with federal funds. So, for example, if we get a windfall of money this year and we get out of this, we don't have a deficit, we have more money, we cannot finance a raise on federal funds because they go away. They're for a limited amount of time and then they go away. So a raise is permanent. It's forever. We cannot finance. So the way that federal money is supposed to work is to help us with things that we did because of the pandemic, like the social workers. We did that more than just because of the pandemic, but man, they've been super helpful during the pandemic. Or like hiring additional interventionists or things like that to get us to remediate learning loss, or extending the calendar so that we can add additional days to remediate learning loss. That's what that money's for. It's not to plug holes in our budget, and then once it's gone, we just have these gaping, holes, because it's not. It's meant to. It's a temporary amount of money to get us through a very challenging time to remediate learning loss, and that's how we have to look at it.
Ms. Weston.
Thank you. So from the time I pressed my button till now, a lot has been said. I do want to circle back to something that Jenny said, and that is a need to be able to articulate what we're going to be offering. There have been numerous examples where I've attempted to educate myself on what the final 9 weeks is going to look like, educate myself on what the fall is going to look like. From my perspective, I will just say that, when I want a donut, I go to a donut store. So I would ask that we remember why families move here. And I would say that I have, I spent 3 months campaigning, and I got to hear everybody tell me what they wanted, but it's anecdotal, but it's all the same thing. And I know that we have 300 extra teachers. Is that correct, Dr. Presley?
I'm not sure of the exact number. Dr. Audix, do you know? I think it's 200 and something, but close to 300 probably.
I believe it was from a earlier board meeting where the figure of about 100 extra teachers. To Tiffany's point, could those teachers start a campaign to start reaching out to students and their families who have left our school district to gather this data? Can they engage with, I don't know what they're doing right now. Can they engage with, families who are here? But, if we try to gather this data, I think you're going to get exactly what Jenny said. And people are going to say, well, I don't know what I'm going to do next year until you tell me what next year is going to look like. So that's just an idea right there, was to, me thinking about that extra manpower that we have. But back to the budget, Dr. Presley, will you be bringing us a recommendation as to whether or not the administration is recommending that we open Elementary School 35?
Yes, we can do that. And I want to point out the comment you made. The teachers, we're overstaffed with the number of teachers. It doesn't mean they're not doing anything. They're all teaching. Every teacher we have is doing a fabulous job teaching. It took more teachers than we would normally staff to teach at home and virtual and hybrid, and especially with all the occurrences of the virus where people are quarantined and they're out. So we don't have teachers that aren't doing anything. I don't want anybody to hear that and think that's the case. Every teacher we have is doing a really good job of teaching right now. So
I appreciate that. So I would look forward, and this kind of goes back to what Amber was saying, what Tiffany was saying, like if we could start getting some traction here or finding a vector, as to where we're going, a recommendation from this administration on Elementary School 35. I feel like I have a gut opinion on that, but I'd like to know where the administration's recommendation is on that, given the things that Dr. Audix is talking about. So that would be great. I also want to talk about, Dr. Audix, you said that at the April 1st meeting, TASB is going to be coming in. So this is my first Round Rock ISD board meeting from the dais on the budget. But this is not my first Round Rock ISD budget meeting. I've been coming to Round Rock ISD budget meetings literally for years. And one of the things that I've never understood is why TASB comes to our budget meetings, I have experience both in the public and private sector in HR. And in the private sector, where salary information is very hard to come by, it's very worthwhile to hire consultants to help private sector organizations gain information to be competitive in the marketplace. But in the public sector, a lot of salary information is public. With a few strokes of a keyboard, I can get the top 25 highest paid employees in Round Rock ISD in Google and find out how much they all make. With a few exercises of going on different school district websites, I can find out the pay scales in these districts. We have an HR department, which according to our website has 21 people. So I am going to put out there, I don't know why, are we paying TASB?
Yes.
So we pay TASB to come in here and deliver information when we have a 21-man HR department. I don't understand that. And if it's a situation where it's something that we've always done, so that's why we do it, I would ask that we reconsider that. I'd also like to know how much we're paying TASB for this. TASB is currently one of the bidders on our RFP for our superintendent search. So I think that we have enough information, and I don't think that if the recommendation is that we're going to be lucky to not have to cut people, I don't know that I need to pay TASB to come in here and present me with information that we have a staff that they could find out on their own. So, yeah. So please consider what I've said. The next thing I want to say is with regard to our INS tax rate. If we went out for a bond this year or next year, how big of a bond could that be based on what our INS tax rate currently is?
What it currently is?
Mm-hmm.
It would be, and I'd have to, but like round numbers kind of thing, it would be significant, like, 800 million to $1 billion type of thing.
That's an incredible amount of money.
That's right.
The largest bond this district has ever passed was $508 million in 2018. I really appreciate the fact that you have been so open with me and willing to answer my questions, meet with me and others offline. And I think that you've probably come to realize that I do not believe that the source of our school district's economic woes is that our property owners are taxed too little. I don't believe that that is the source of our economic problems. I am reluctant to raise the tax rate. But given the challenges that we have, I think in order to get me on board with this golden penny idea, if we can currently go out for $800 million bond, then I think I'd like to see the INS tax rate come down more than 1 penny in a swap. I'd like to see what 3 pennies would look like. So if you could just consider that. I'm not looking for an answer on that. But if we're trying to get Trustee Weston to a yes on the golden penny, then I think that's where we're going to need to head. And I understand that I'm one vote, but that's where I am. The next thing I want to say back to charters. Well, this circles back to, I guess, where I started. So with the enrollment issue that several of us have talked about, there are things that charter schools cannot offer that only we can offer. And my advice in trying to grow our enrollment would be to think about what those things are: fine arts, extracurriculars, sports. I don't care how shiny of a building a charter school is, they can't compete with us on that. I would advocate that we leverage what our core competency is and what our competitive advantages are, and I think that when we do that, we're going to enjoy broad success.
Can I add one more thing to that, too, that we enjoy, that when I talk to people is huge, is that it's your community school. So that means that the kid next door to you is going to be at your school. And the kid, the best friend that you meet in your class is, could possibly live 2 blocks away. And when you go to a charter school or a private school, the likelihood of that happening is very low. And so when I talk to people about, they'll ask me, like, well, what about this school? What do you know about that school? I talk to them a lot about the community that is built by going to your neighborhood school that cannot be found anywhere else.
Dr. Zhao, did you have a budget question?
Let me bring up the slide. So on page 7, line item 16. So the current year we have $8 million because of teacher take early retirement, people left.
Now, the $8 million that you see in the 2021 column, when we were building this year's budget, we literally said, look, we've got $8 million worth of extra positions currently, for whatever reason in the rearview mirror, we have more positions than what we truly need. And so there were unfilled positions, and we simply took them out and said we don't need to budget $8 million for positions that we don't expect to fill. And so that's the reason for that $8 million reduction in this year's budget.
For the next year, we're never going to fill out those positions.
Right, those positions don't exist right now.
Okay. And for line item 19, the mental health services, is the mental health services for the staff, the $10 million?
It's in Annette would be able to maybe give all the specifics. I had, I think at a previous, last month's board meeting, I had actually the detail of how many were counselors and mental health professionals and that sort of thing, but it's staff that we have that provide the mental health services. That's the main component of that $10 million number.
Okay. And another question regarding the golden penny. So for 1 penny increase, it need universal board approval? Majority
vote.
That's for every year?
That's for, the way what House Bill 3 did is that last year it would have taken a unanimous board vote to approve a 1 penny increase. On a go-forward basis, a majority board vote would be able to adopt a 1 penny increase in the golden penny.
But you can do that every year?
Right.
Okay. No?
That's 1 penny. You got one more golden penny that can be adopted by a board vote. Right. But then if you want to do another one the next year, you have to do a tax ratification election.
Yeah. Okay. I didn't know your question was incrementally go up every year. I thought it was just, could I do that this year, or could I make, if I didn't do it this year, could I do it next year? And so that was when I said yes. It's
thank
not
you.
Incremental.
Ms. Harrison.
I'm pretty sure I forgot. It must not have been that important. Next.
I know. I was looking. I just had one quick question on the department budgets. It's the same this year as it was. It didn't go up for the 2021, 2022. And I know we've added new departments. So is that just an estimate for right now?
Right,
and
it's a place we haven't covered that ground yet.
Okay. And so we'll see department breakouts and all that later. Okay. I think that's all that's left in my brain.
I remember what it was. It was just to add to Trustee Vessa's point of budget cuts and talking that. There's already a lot of instability. We're getting a new superintendent. I feel like this year has been somewhat demoralizing for educators, not by fault of, just the condition of the world. So I am really hesitant to be throwing that around. I think we're going to have to work to really retain strong educators moving forward. So I'm not just talking about classroom teachers. I think at all levels of district, and anytime there's such a huge shift, I just want to be really kind of mindful and cautious even about that discussion.
Right, and to be real clear, if I wasn't clear, my if I was having the conversation with you that I'm going to have, that I've, had internally, all that sort of thing, it's simply, okay, if you've got you're a director or whatever level and you've got a team, the question is just straight up, what does it take to run your show? And if it's, hey, I've got 10 people and I need every one of them, question asked, question answered, and we're done. I'm not going to push beyond that, but it's a deal of, well, hey, you know what, I've got a staff of 10, I've got 12 positions budgeted, but I can run this show fine with 10. Well, then the question would be, are you good with eliminating one of those, one or two of those positions? If you've got them, they're unfilled and you don't need them, then there's no point in this kind of thing of saying, well, we'll just leave them there. We don't need them, but let's just leave that budgeted cost in there. That's the mindset, is not trying to, hey, get rid of people or anything like that, but it's, my mindset is always, if you're the taxpayer, I want to be able to look you in the eye and say, I know I'm taking everyone's tax, I'm taking all of your tax money as the CFO. I want to be able to look you in the eye and say, we're doing everything we can to be good stewards of that money and put it to good use. And that's just part of the process.
I think I'll add to that. For as long as I can remember, we've always looked at, it's more of a discussion of efficiencies than it is cutting budgets and cutting staff. And what how efficient can you become? And leading up to last spring, I mean, we spent a whole year with campus teams and department teams on how we could become more efficient with the folks that we have, the positions that we have. So it's really more a matter of, if someone leaves, do you have to replace them, or can you redesign your team in such a way rather than somebody loses a job? So there hasn't been a discussion of people being cut or jobs being cut. It's more a matter of efficiency and how can you become more efficient in your world, your department, or on your campus. And, and we had lots of discussions. I don't even know how many. We had campus teams and principals and others involved in those discussions throughout the last couple of years, actually, through the HR department, to try to determine how can we become more efficient, because we've had a deficit budget. This is not new. I mean, it's the size of the deficit is new. But the fact that we've been looking at efficiencies for a number of years is held true, and we've made some moves at central office, where someone resigns or leaves, and we do things in different ways so that we can become more efficient. So it's more a discussion of efficiencies than it is cutting budgets. What can you live without if somebody goes away? So
and that's clear fair. On that. That's fair. Thank you so much. I just feel like people have taken so many beatings this year, not by fault of any people necessarily. I'll always be the feeling trustee. I want to be really sensitive to people that are working really hard in this moment to keep us afloat.
Dr. Bone?
So looking at slide 7, it looks like a deficit of either 32 or 38, right, million. That's what we're looking at.
Right.
So I guess my question to the other board members is, and this will kind of help, I think, Dr. Presley, is what are we comfortable with? I mean, I know I'm not comfortable with a $32 million deficit, and I know Trustee Feller, you made a similar comment. So what are we comfortable with? I mean, where's the goalpost that Dr. Presley should be working with?
I think that's hard to draw out of the air. And I think that maybe it was Trustee Vessa that said, we need, it's hard to predict 2 to 3 years, but is this a year thing that we're going to struggle coming out of a pandemic and now the crisis of the weather? Will we recover from this and then be able to move forward? I just hesitate to throw a number out there. Do you have one? I'm curious.
So, this year, looking at this, we're about 14 is what we're projected, and I know you think it'll be better, right? That's, but the projected is 14. I would probably be comfortable with something in that range, because we don't know, right? We don't know what 2022, 2023 will be, and it is our job to keep this boat afloat. So, but that's a lot of money. That's why I was kind of curious of where other folks are standing. Maybe 20 would be kind of a push for me.
20 was the number I had in my head, but it's not really based on, that's why I hesitate, because it's not based on anything real.
Trustee Bone, I I don't have a number right now either, but I know I'm not real comfortable with a negative budget of any kind because I believe that we are stewards of the public funds. Now, I know that there have been some incredible situations over the last 12 months that have put us in this situation, and we have had a long history of exceptional fiscal responsibility that has given us such a healthy fund balance for these types of emergencies. So I'm not saying that we have to get to a budget of a zero, even balanced, but year after year of playing in the negatives is really not. We're living beyond our means, and some long-term changes have to happen if once we get out of this 100-year pandemic. If we're going to continue to budget in the negative, it's just not. It's not sustainable. It's not fiscally responsible. And so, while I don't have a number right now, I do think that our fund balance is designed and specifically for the situations like this. And I'm okay dipping into it because that's why we've saved for so many years to get that healthy fund.
Well, I agree with Amber. And for me, I guess, and I also agree with Trustee Harrison, it's too early for me to say what I'm comfortable with because I do think we do have this fund balance that is for this exact scenario. But I guess my hope is it's not going to turn out to be this high as we go a little bit farther, and that I'll move into that more comfortable area. But I wouldn't want to send the message that we got to start slashing right now $10 million to get us to a $20 million comfort zone before we have all of our facts.
I think that's what I was asking, though, is that, I guess, what do you need from us? You kind of need a number, right? Do you not need a number? Because, I know we were talking about, elementary, 35, and, that's $2.5 million. But
I'll tell you, and y'all just have to say if what I'm hearing, I'm either hearing the message or a distorted, I'm not hearing what you're saying type of thing. To me, the message at this point is, don't take a mindset of, hey, I want to cut position. It's like run your show, but have the capacity to run your show and realize everything. So that was my mindset when I walked in here. That would be the mindset that I would be taking back, and that would be our mindset kind of thing. So the thought would be simply this: if we woke up tomorrow and we're sitting here at the April 1 meeting, would be the work that would either be in process or it's going to be in process and how close it is to being completed, but would be all those things that I talked about in terms of, okay, team lead, what does it take to run your show, getting those numbers, quantifying them, making whatever changes to the payroll estimates that does, to where when we come back at April 1, we not only have, that information layered in on the expense side, because that's our biggest expense. So we have that information. Whatever we know on the revenue side from the state, we'd have that. Then I think we could also potentially, and this would be a Dr. Presley call, at the April 1 meeting, do we come back and say, here's the administration's recommendation in terms of elementary 35? So is that on or off the table? Do you see that as still there, or is it not there? So we could have that piece in there. So really by the April 1 meeting, you'd have our best attempt of saying, hey, not letting anybody go, but from an efficiency standpoint, we've done as much of that work as we could between now and the April 1 meeting. We have the latest information on the revenue side, and here's what that results in terms of the bottom line. And so at that point, it really becomes, hey, pick your number. Whatever that number is, then you're getting a truer picture at that point of, it's balanced, it's 10 million short, it's 20 million short, it's whatever that number is. It's like, given all of that, I'll deliver the message of, hey, this is where we're at, and this is here are the assumptions, here's the bottom line that results. Are you good with that bottom line? Yes or no? And if it's, hey, you got to change it by X amount, okay, then that's work we've got to do to go back. You're either comfortable or there's work to be done to get you to a comfortable number. But I don't, for me, I don't need any more guidance in terms of tonight. You know, I hear the tone. I kind of am getting a sense of the range. You know where I'm at in terms of what I'm going to be trying to come back to you with by the April 1 meeting. So I'm good if you're good at this point. It's kind of like I know, and hey, there's a whole lot more gray than there is black and white right now, but I can keep doing the work. We can keep doing the work and get you more information in April 1.
I think that sounds like a good plan since it's already 9:58 and we've been doing this for 2 hours. So I do appreciate you bringing this to us and answering all of our questions. I know you answered a lot of questions online too, and if anyone has follow-up questions, Dr. Presley, they can send it if you remember a question that you didn't get to ask tonight. Let us move on then to our H, action items for consideration by consent. Ms. Feller?
Are we ready to make a motion?
I think there was...
Are we pulling any of them?
I think we had people that wanted to pull number 8, the Wyoming Springs boundaries, just because those public hearings, Dr. Presley, were kind of during the ice storm when people might not have known. And I guess I have a question then for Doug. We can move it down to action items. Do we need to make a motion tonight to waive our policy to do this one in March once staff has had a chance to do the two?
Yeah, it's your policy, and your policy currently has a March 1 deadline. So if you wish to provide more notice and another opportunity for folks to chime in, that's a local decision, so you're able to do that.
Okay. Ms. Weston?
So this area, there's not a single residence on this thing. So can we just remove number 8 and take no action on it, and then just, this could even be kicked to next year as far as I'm concerned.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, well, the thinking on that, the reason that we brought that forward and got it in on this agenda is because the fact that you just stated nobody lives there. There's not even houses built there yet. But the way it's zoned, students there from an elementary standpoint would go by Fern Bluff, so you're familiar with the map. And so we felt it would be better for people who are going to build homes in there, and as they develop that area, to know where their kids would go to school rather than let them have a realtor tell them this is where you'll go, and then I'm going to build a house, and then you come back next year and change it after the house is built.
I have no doubt that the builder may have an interest in what the decision is. But that's not my concern tonight. And I had a meeting scheduled on February 16th, Trustee Bone and I both did, with an administrator, and we did not have that meeting because she didn't have power, a third of our district didn't have power, and so as to not be, so as to not tax our staff, we didn't have that meeting. And then yesterday I learned that this boundary hearing was held on that day for 3 minutes. So I'm either I'd like to pull this off, and it sounds like we have support.
I think that's what we're talking about. We're definitely going to pull it off of consent.
Yeah, so I'd like the opportunity to vote no on this. The optics on this are not good. I'm not in favor of waiving policy for this. So I don't know if others want to weigh in.
No,
on that.
I think maybe you misunderstood what I was saying with waiving policy. So the way our policy states now, the reason these are on for this meeting is because we have to make these decisions by March 1st per our policy. So all I was suggesting is that we waive that March 1st deadline for that particular one, and that they can then reschedule the public hearings, and we could do it at the March meeting. But we would have to move 8 down into the action items, take it out of consent and move it down to action, and then we would make that motion.
Yeah, that's something I can get on board with. Thank you.
Dr. Zhao.
I have a question regarding 15. So I know that we are applying for the waiver and it will get approved, but my question is, how are we going to deal with the course, like the missing minutes, right? Are we going to condense the teaching material? Are we going to skip topic? What are we going to do if we just skip those days.
Yeah, I was going to ask to pull that out of consent too, so we can discuss it. President Ware, number 15 and number 10, I would like to pull out of consent. And that's the approval for the Transportation East additional parking lot. And my reason is that it's 5 times with the bond. The bond had it at like 100,000, and it's projected to be 500,000. So I'd like to have a little discussion about it.
Okay, then why don't we'll pull 8, 10, and 15 and put them down into action items. And then we'll do the rest by consent and then come back and talk about them.
President Weir, I move to approve items H1 through 7, H9, H11 through 14, and H16 by consent.
I second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve items H1 through 7, H9, H11 through 14, and H16. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand. All right, it passes 7-0. All right, let's go ahead and we'll do the Wyoming Springs boundaries. I think, Doug, if there's no more discussion on that, if that's an action item now.
Well, you can certainly, if there's no objection, the board can just say, why don't we defer that item until March? But you can, if you don't have to waive tonight, you can waive it at the March meeting, but it might be clearer to do it tonight, to say, why don't we waive the policy so that we permit the staff to hold more hearings and then bring back a recommendation at the March meeting. And someone can make a motion to that effect.
Can I ask, though, because Trustee Weston, can you clarify, because that would look very different if you're saying that you want to hold off on that and you don't understand why we need to discuss that right now anyway.
Right, so I'm comfortable with what Amy said. Amy said that we would have the district conduct the hearings again when we're not in a weather emergency and when we don't have a third of the school district without power. So I don't know, Amy, do you want to make the motion?
Will you say it again, Doug?
Yeah, so the board, someone can make them, I can say it and then someone can say so moved. So a motion is required to defer taking action on item 8 regarding the Wyoming Springs boundary change until such time as the staff can provide additional hearings for the boundary change, and in connection with that motion, that the board approve waiving its boundary policy deadline of March 1 in order to provide this time for those additional hearings.
So moved what he said.
I second.
Wait. So who made the motion?
Me.
You made?
Yes.
You're just.
I so
ditto?
moved what he said, yes.
Okay, just ditto motion?
Yes, what he said, basically. So my motion is, yes.
To clarify, will you type that up so we have a record of what you just said?
I will endeavor to do so. Yes,
Okay,
I will.
thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
But in essence, it will give staff time to redo that and then come back with this once you've actually had those. So we have a motion and a second. Is there, Ms. Fuller?
Okay, so just for clarification, when I'm voting on something, I want to make sure I really understand it. You're saying we're going to pull the policy, we're going to waive the policy, sorry, we're going to pull the item, we're going to waive our policy to have additional meetings and rediscuss at the March meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
Is the gist of the motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I just want to make sure I was very clear before I vote on something.
Yes, I apologize for the long-windedness of that motion.
And also that the district will basically redo the two hearings. Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you.
All right, is there any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand. All right, that passes 7-0. All right, and then, so now, Dr. Presley, Transportation East additional parking project.
Yeah, Mr. Wooster is still on the call. So, Terry, do you want to talk about that or answer questions there are about that particular project?
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Presley. And and Board of Trustee members, President Weir. This item is a small project, and it's a project that is driven by jurisdictional review. The project was originally budgeted just to have a simple slab of asphalt put out at Transportation East. And as we began to get into the project, that project then became oversought or overviewed, if you will, by TCEQ. Just below Transportation East is a waterway, and Transportation East has never had a water quality retention basin and or any sort of drainage management for runoff from the existing asphalt into this waterway down below us. So consequently, the project began to grow. And we thought maybe we would be able to get around the TCEQ requirements for water drainage. We could not. And then beyond that, City of Round Rock began to ask us to have curbing within our parking, lighting, things of that nature. And so the original scoping was completely insufficient compared to the actual jurisdictional requirements of the project. And so as we get to this point, unfortunately, we're not set to be able to have a discussion through our work with our redesigned bond oversight committee. And so I'm very, very anxious to get to that so that we can have these discussions. But in the meantime, small projects like this pass my desk. And so this is our opportunity to answer questions. We have talked about options in projects and things of that nature. This project has no options. It's asphalt for bus parking, which is necessary and required for our buses and our yellow fleet to be able to park on a hardscape. And we are obligated to conduct these improvements by way of jurisdictional requirements of TCEQ and City of Round Rock. And so that's pretty much the nut of the project. And so within the concept of administrative review and or the authority, we put it on a consent agenda or at least to be able to have this discussion tonight. So I pause there and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Ms. Feller?
So just a quick clarification, Mr. Wooster. When you were just talking, I was just listening to the words, and you said the City of Round Rock asked us to put in curbing, lighting, and trees. Did they ask us to, or are they requiring us to as a part of the permit process?
It's not an ask. That's probably a poor choice of vocabulary. It is truly a requirement.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify if it was just, we want this to look prettier, we're going to ask you to do this, or you can't do this unless you do it.
No, it is a requirement. It is part of the site engineering review process.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Right.
Dr. Bone?
So where are these buses parking now?
These buses are scattered all over, and they are basically parking in the grass. There is a grassy area, and this is where this asphalt was to be expanded on Transportation East. And since we're not using all of our buses, they are scattered around in different places. They're at Transportation West. And so as we begin to come back to full student use, we have a need to be able to put all these buses on asphalt or hardscape.
And the second question is, how big is this parking lot that we're talking about for $600,000?
It's pretty small. Most of the cost is going into creating a new water retention and management system, and for both the existing parking, the asphalt that is existing, as well as the smaller part that we're proposing to expand. And so this project, as we have it designed at this point, is to accommodate the entire Transportation East site and the sheet runoff that occurs out on our existing asphalt, as well as the new asphalt.
Ms. Weston?
Terry, this is Danielle. So when you say that there's a requirement for water retention, are you saying we got to dig a hole out there?
We have to, yes, we have earthwork to actually not create a pond, but it's a detention basin.
Okay, so so we're required to do that, not the city?
Yes, because it's on our property and it's our water to manage.
Okay, is it because if we lay asphalt, or are we just laying asphalt on old asphalt, or are we laying asphalt on grass?
We originally, the original bond concept was just to put asphalt on grass and just expand our existing lot. But by doing so, going through that review process, then we now fall into jurisdictional requirements to upgrade and be more code compliant.
Okay, sir, thank you for answering my questions.
Ms. Feller?
So a couple of follow-up questions, Mr. Wooster. I'm sure you have, but could you talk about the other due diligence you've done in possibly moving this lot to another location? Comes to mind, Kelly Reeves is sitting there with empty parking lot, 95% of the time. Just other options that you considered. I know that this money is coming out of bond money, so it's not the same bucket that we've been talking about with budget, but I'm so hypersensitive about being $31 to $38 million in the hole for next year that the thought of overrunning a project by $500,000 is really unsettling right now.
True. The notion, the concept of being using Kelly Reeves as a bus station, if you will, is that drivers have different schedules and different routines. So there's not a support system there for a driver to go pick up a bus and then drive their route. Then they would have to drive to a location to fuel that bus and then drive back to Kelly Reeves and get into their own vehicle. However, not every driver has that routine. A lot of drivers will go and drive a route, then wait in a lounge type of area or stay on campus there until a next route comes for a field trip or something of that nature. And so it becomes a very, very inefficient transfer of vehicular activity, if you will, for windshield time, both for drivers as well as for buses. And so that's one reason why it is best to have buses secured at the site or at the transportation location.
Dr. Bone? So can you give us a detailed breakdown of where this money is going? Because I'm with Trustee Feller. I mean, it's $500,000. We could do other things with that for students. So I want to make sure that we're making the right choice here.
I don't have that with me tonight, and so I would have to break that or get that, and I would be happy to share that with you by way of email or provide that. That's not on my desk currently, and so I'll find that and share it with you.
Did anyone have any other further questions? Did we have a motion, or did we want to wait until? Yeah, can we wait? Can we get some more information? Is this needing to happen really soon, or?
I can share that it does not have to be an up or down vote today, and so if you prefer to just table this item, I think that would possibly be, of course, your decision, but it can wait.
And I know you're not here, so you probably can't read the room. And I think that probably a lot of people want to support this, but maybe need a little more information just to justify the cost. And while 100% trust your evaluation and your pre-work and all that you've done to come up with this cost, but just for our own understanding of a little bit more. And then also, when you're working on getting those numbers to us, I would love to see something either from you or with Dr. Audix to see how much that will actually leave us of 2008 bond funds if we end up pulling this $500,000 there's too many numbers, 524,000 or whatever of 2008 bond money. If we can find out how much money will be left of the 2008 bond, because I know that we do need to spend that bond money because we're going to start actually paying penalties on that 2008 bond money because we've had it for so long if we don't spend it. So we do need to be spending that 2008 bond money.
Trustee Feller, I can give you insight to that now is that I guess the vocabulary that we would use, particularly in context of Lone Star governance, would be the outcome of the bond program. And so what would be the outcome of the bond program? And if you break down the different departments within the 2018 bond program, for example, construction projects, currently there's a surplus variance that's projected to be approximately $15 million, as well as in technology projects, there's a surplus that's projected to be around $22 million. And safety and security, there's a projected surplus there, as well as in transportation. The 2018 bond line items called for purchasing new buses, which those buses have been purchased and those buses have been delivered and are complete. But there is also a variance surplus between the purchase of those transportation buses or yellow fleet, and it's approximately $3,800,000. So the outcome of the 2018 bond is not in jeopardy. It's actually it's rather robust right now at this point, simply because we've been able to deliver projects very efficiently, particularly some of the larger projects. And so that's the point of view, is that it's not a project that's going to fall outside the eventual outcome of the 2018 bond program.
And I apologize. I think there's another thing on the consent agenda that was going to pull from 2008 bond funds and not this particular project. But President Weir, I move that we table discussion on item H10 until for additional discussion and possible action for a future meeting.
Second. So we have a motion and a second to table item 10. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand. All right. So that passed 7-0 to table. And then will the waiver for missed school days to inclement weather, Dr. Presley or Ms. Estes?
Yeah, I know Ms. Estes is still on the call. The approval of the waiver for the missed school days, it's pretty obvious what it is, that we would not have to make up the instructional minutes that we lost during that time. The option there would be to add those back into the calendar at the end of the year to extend the school year. If we don't get the waiver, those are the options we have, because short of the waiver, we're required to meet the required number of minutes. So I think most districts are following suit with this. The option would be not to have a waiver and then figure out a way to embed those additional minutes at the end of the year, which means we'd probably be going, I guess, into June would be the most likely case.
I think Dr. Zhao's question, though, if I understood it earlier, was how to make up. I mean, it's a week worth of learning that's lost. How is that made up?
Yeah, the teachers would have to accelerate their instruction. Ms. Estes, you might help me on this a little bit, but
Yes.
they just compact more things in. There could be some topics that aren't covered if they're not considered critical topics, but it would just be an acceleration of the instruction to get caught up. So, Mandy, do you want?
And I'll add to that, if I may, Dr. Presley. Our curriculum team has worked to re-embed those topics that were to be covered during the time period. I believe it was 5 days that were considered missed school days. A couple of things to consider as the board weighs this one. Our last day of class is scheduled to be on May 27th. We do have 1 day of banked minutes that could be used for one of those. That would exhaust all of our banked minutes for any other emergencies that might arise between now and the end of the school year. That would get us down to needing to make up 4 of the missed days. If you look at the calendar, we could add May 28th, May 31st as a holiday. We probably wouldn't add that one. And then we could add the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd of June, and that would get us those days in. The thing to think about here, and Trustee Harrison would know this, many of our high school students do attend ACC in the summer. Their summer school schedule or summer class schedule begins on June 1st. So that would be put a little bit of a conflict on them. I will tell you another request that's bubbled up from our campuses is that we consider not moving forward with the administration of STAR interims. We are in that window right now, and as a matter of fact, the days that we missed and went virtual were in that STAR interim assessment window. And right now, our school staff are reporting to us that they believe that time would be better spent on instruction rather than on assessment. So my proposal would be that we are bringing this recommendation to you. I think it would be a measure of goodness to move it forward and let us work to make up and insert the topics that we're going to be taught during those days back into the curriculum and other points. And then, let us consider not administering those STAR interims so that we also gain that time back. But of course, we serve at your pleasure, and it's completely your decision to make.
Ms. Harrison?
Yeah, I mean, I can speak as a teacher. By the time you get to that point in the year, and this is high school students, so if an elementary, middle school, if you all want to add your perspective, you're missing so many students. It's not like you're able to have high quality instruction at that point in time. It's much better to allow educators to figure out with their lesson plans now. I know 4 days seems like a lot. It is. It's already a weird year. But it's not like you're going to have even... I think at points when we've had to add a day, it's been something like 60%, 50% attendance. And so it's not like those days are like very productive learning days. Something to keep in mind, particularly at the end of an extremely brutal year. I'm speaking on high school, though.
Ms. Vessa?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but don't we have some goal progress measures tied to the STAR interim?
Yes, ma'am, we do.
So if we don't administer the STAR interim, then we would have to come up with some different goal progress measures. It has implications in terms of our board goals. So it really is this actually has implications when we're talking about this this action item. It actually has implications for our board goals too, because if we go ahead and say they decide to not administer the STAR interim, then we won't have that data to look at in terms of our goal progress measures.
To be clear, that data is going to be tricky anyway because of the timing of the interim window. When we have kids who've been out of school for a week, our educators are just expressing to us that they would like to buy that time back for instruction rather than to immediately be putting kids in front of a STAR interim. But that said, I did want to surface it because it is, as you said, a goal progress measure. I believe we report on it in March or April. And of course, I know we have the meeting between now and then, I think on the 4th, to relook at those goals. So don't know how relevant that information is for the board. I just know from the campus perspective that the ask that has come forward to us is that time could perhaps be better spent for instruction rather than for testing.
Ms. Feller?
So the other thing to consider if we added days at the end of the year is graduation. That all happens the last week of May, and so our high school seniors will not be coming back for any extra days that we add at the end. But I don't know if I'm proposing this or if I'm just throwing it out there, but at our last meeting, we just approved 4 holidays in the rest of the school year for staff planning days. We've used one of them, but if we could, I'm not saying to do this, but another way to get some more instructional minutes back is to take a couple of those days that we applied for a waiver that were supposed to be asynchronous days. We could possibly make synchronous days and or tap into our Friday before Easter, for me, Good Friday, make that now a required day. There are some other days in our calendar that we could add instruction days back in rather than just adding them at the end. So just thinking out of the box. But Dr. Presley?
Yeah, I've had that discussion with some principals this week, actually, about the asynchronous, not holidays, but the asynchronous days. Those are important planning days for our teachers. And I think they were very excited to get those days with everything they've been through this year, to have that additional PLC time and planning time. The first one actually is Monday, this coming Monday. So that's something we've talked about. We haven't made any decisions or to retract those. That's something that could be done. But I think our teachers, from what I heard from teachers in a big way, was they were very thankful and looking forward to having those days for planning. But if we need to use them as days of restoration for instruction, those are on the table as well.
Dr. Zhao?
So actually, I'm personally in favor of adding the instruction time instead of using the testing days for instruction. The reason I'm just really worried about, for example, if you're take the example of the high school courses. Some courses may be in a better situation than other courses. But if you look at math, if you look at physics, the content, AP Physics, the content is already so intense. They couldn't even finish in the normal semester. Not looking at this semester, looking at this school year. We'll have 1 week of this weather thing. We have other 5 days of staff development and other things. It's in no way we can prepare the student for example, AP test, right? The student may not fail the class, but are we really prepared the student to be successful in the future? I'm really worried about that.
Dr. Vaughn?
So I was thinking the same as Trustee Feller. I know we have these async days. Maybe we take one of those away. And I think there's one kind of late in the year. Maybe that's the one we choose. Because the losing the instruction time, I think the other trustees are saying this, that it is very concerning. Parents have started to email us. I don't want to add days at the end of the year, so that's my preference is not to add days. And then I'm also for the STAR interim. I'd be for, not officially doing it. Maybe it could be encouraged to kind of do unofficially or something like that, but I would be okay with not doing the interim STAR.
I do know some schools have already done their interim assessments just because my son has taken his. So I don't know how many.
I think it's middle school, and because I know my middle schooler, I think that they were supposed to be taking it last week.
It varies. The window is from February the 8th through March the 5th. So I think it's a 4-week window. Some have already begun it, but I think Kathy pulled that data or had someone on her team pull that data today. And we have not had very many students who have taken the interims just yet. It's fairly common for teachers to want to wait until the end of the window so that they can get in the most teaching possible before their students take an assessment.
There's a whole list. Hold on. I think we are now to Ms. Harrison.
Yeah, I just wanted to say while we're thinking outside of the box, I hear your concern on AP, and perhaps there could be, and this is another budget thing, but what I kind of researched and seeing other districts even outside the state of Texas that have had to shut down for a period of time is they offered AP boot camps like on a Saturday morning. And if it were something like that, that could be 1 or 2 teachers from across the district corralling students to give extra support in AP Physics. It would be optional, and hopefully campuses or departments might have a little bit of extra funding, just as an idea, to offer extra help compensation, which isn't like super steep. And that gives the option. It's really important to understand that on planning days too, it's not a vacation. There's actual planning time, and planning time is going to be more important than ever with the loss, because what we don't realize is teachers really lost 2 planning days last week too, right? Because we were supposed to have those 2 2 days for educators to be in staff development. So I'm a little hesitant on that. And also, I just want people to know that on those days, a lot of educators use that time for remediation, for working with students that are struggling, for still like spending time with students in a more flexible manner that need some additional support, that need to make up work. So I don't really want to be hasty on that.
Ms. Vessa?
So a couple points. To your point about the Saturday boot camp, when I was in high school, there was a huge earthquake. And our school was shut down for 3 weeks because most of it collapsed. And so I was in AP classes at the time, and that's what we did. We had Saturday boot camp, and you came and had to make up a lot of curriculum because our school was shut down for 3 weeks because of an earthquake. So, I mean, that is definitely a possibility. In terms of the STAR interim, I think my only concern there, and this is just something that, to Mandy, these tests really help us to determine who needs extra help. Or do they really? I know that from my experience that the children who weren't performing well in the STAR interim then got extra help to prepare them to remediate the deficits that they were having. If we don't have this STAR interim, will we have the data to make sure that those kids get the supports they need? And that's to Mandy.
Yes, and so the best way to answer that question, Trustee Vessa, is that the people who know best about where the students are and what they need would be the teachers, with or without a STAR interim test. I have great confidence in our teachers to know their kids and to know where they're performing. Without that assessment, it is similar but not exactly like the STAR. So it does involve quite a bit of time to administer it. I think what we're trying to do is really to work hard to minimize the negative impact of this on both our students and our staff. And that's why we're trying to find those win-wins. Where can we shift the curriculum? Where can we, as Trustee Harrison said, teachers will be adjusting their lesson plans. And then that was one idea that came forward, is we could take that off of the plates of the students and the teachers and buy back some time there as well. But I recognize it's a difficult choice for the board because that does provide the board with some data. But I think, it's a question for you all to ask, how important that data is versus, the instructional time versus adding days to the calendar.
Ms. Weston?
It's been too long. I don't remember. Thank you.
Ms. Feller?
So end of the day, I trust my administration. This is the recommendation they brought to us. I think that we as a board have made it clear that we're very uneasy with giving up 5 days of instruction, and I have the utmost faith in our administrators, our principals, our teachers, that they're going to do the best they can for all of our students. As a result, I'm going to make a motion to approve action to item H15, approval for waiver of missed school days.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the waiver for the missed school days due to inclement weather. Is there any further discussion? All right, all those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed? Abstaining? All right, so it passes with 6 and 1 abstention. And I guess the only thing that I would say is that we might want to, if you could look at Saturday boot camp as something
that seemed like a really good idea.
And I'll just say that a lot of our teachers do those sorts of things anyway in the evenings and on the weekends and preparing kids as they're leading up to their AP test. That's not uncommon. That's been going on since I've been in the district and other districts as well.
Dr. Bone?
The AP test is just an example. I think there's other that needs as well.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. So, Dr. Presley, do you need anything for us for the STAR interim? Is that, since it is one of our board goals, do we need to make a motion not?
We could do that next week at our board goals meeting if we.
Yeah, I think it's a discussion topic when you're setting your goals to take that into consideration. So.
Well, I was just wondering because I know that the students are getting ready to do them this week. So does Mandy need? I guess that's what I'm asking. Do you guys need us to do something tonight so the kids don't do it, the students don't do it this week or next week?
No, I mean if some of them have already done it, as I'm aware, all we need to do is let our campuses know that it's not a required assessment that they have to give, and I think that'll give an excel to a lot of teachers and kids. So.
Okay.
Actually, I'll clarify. It's a goal progress measure and not an actual board goal. It's one of those formative assessments that we use along the way to measure progress towards those board goals. The board takes action on board goals, but I do not think they take action on the progress measures that are done along the way.
We don't, and I would just ask, and I know Dr. Malerba's not here, but that is on the goal progress measures, we can pivot to different assessments. So if there is some other measure we could plug into there once STAR doesn't happen, the STAR interim doesn't happen, then maybe she's got something else she can plug in for us.
Could I also ask that whatever you decide, Dr. Presley, could you communicate that to the community as a whole so that parents understand how the instruction time is being increased for their students? I think you have a lot of parents that will be interested in
yeah,
that.
we can definitely do that.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, one more thing. Action item I1, the resolution for emergency authorization. Dr. Presley.
Thank you, President Weir. All of you had received the resolution that was put together for the emergency authorization related to the storm that we just had, the winter storm. And so I can answer questions about the resolution. It's pretty straightforward. I think we've already discussed some things tonight in the update earlier in the meeting regarding some of the things that we're dealing with. But and some of the things we've already dealt with staff reporting to campuses and work during the storm and before the storm. So I can answer any questions, but you all have seen the resolution and you have it. So,
Ms. Vessa?
I just want to make sure that whatever expenditures we have, we do get a report on that so that we can know, like, okay, this is how the money was spent on, this fix here, this fix there. That's in terms of our oversight role. I think that we need to have that information just so that we can be accountable to how the money was spent.
And that's number 6 on the action on the resolutions resolved. If you look at number 6, it says the superintendent shall report to the board at regular board meetings information on actions taken pursuant to this resolution. So you're asking that formally in this resolution.
Yeah, it's actually number 8, but it's late. So, Ms. Feller.
Yeah.
Ms. President, I move that the board adopt the resolution for emergency authorization related to the February 2021 winter storm as presented.
I second. So we have a motion and a second. Dr. Bone?
Sure. This one's a little hard for me because we have 53 campuses, and there's a couple of things here for me. So for one, Monday I asked for pictures of any damage because I really need to understand why this emergency is needed. Trust but verify, that's how I live. So number 6 on this, the 50,000, I don't think at this time I'm comfortable with this. From what I'm understood and has been communicated to us tonight, I don't see anything that's like an emergency that has to be done right now. Most of us are pretty available. We're having meetings like actually we have 2 this week, we have 1 next week, and we have lots of meetings going on. I just take my responsibility as a board member. That's what we're doing, right? When we're giving up some of our responsibility here. So I'm just not willing to give up that responsibility, especially because I just can't see, we didn't have a lot of damage, which is actually, like I said earlier, kudos to your team. So yeah, number 6, and then, even number 3, I guess I would want more information. How many employees were there? We're just looking at deficit budgets. This was the budget tonight, so I just feel like, we've gotten, when it comes to money, I think we have to really watch what's going on. I also think that number 2, I think the date is wrong. I think it should be the 15th through the 23rd. Or maybe it is the 16th. I don't know why it was the 16th to the 23rd, but I think it was actually the 15th to the 23rd. And then the resolution shall terminate at the very bottom at 11:59 p.m. on June 30th. That seems way too long for me. I would propose, if we did parts of this, I would propose to move that to March. So I don't know how others feel.
Ms. Weston, you had your button.
Yes, thank you. So just so that my colleagues are aware, I sent an email to Amy and Dr. Presley expressing my concern that this resolution is very content-rich and that my preference was to break this up because in the different resolutions, because there's a lot going on in here. And there are some things I'd really like to support, like number 3, with regard to payment for our hourly employees. I'd really like to support that. One of the things that you learn when you become a trustee is that the list of things that you can do is very short, and the list of things that you can't do is very long. One of the things that we can do, one of the few powers that we have, is the power of the purse. And we have a district policy that says that expenditures over $50,000 shall come across the desk of the 7 elected representatives that constitute this body. Given the fact I've not been presented a single image of the damage, and given the fact that administrators have come to this meeting tonight bearing good news of the hard work of many employees, and given the fact that I have full confidence that at least 4 of us could easily and quickly assemble to make such a decision, I just can't support number 6. And I'm disappointed that my request to have that segregated out before tonight didn't happen. I also share Trustee Bones' concern about the end date of June 30th. So I can't support that. That's too long of a time period. I think that the administration will find that when at least 4 of us can assemble to review expenditures over $50,000, that those proposals will enjoy broad support. I think we all want to support that. But I'm reluctant at this point, given the lack of detail that I've been presented that would support, that leads me to believe that number 6 is necessary. And given the fact that the date is at the end of June, I just can't support this.
Ms. Harrison?
Yeah, I just want to quickly say I don't have a problem with number 3 because people risk their lives to get out on the ice and make sure that we could prevent some damage. And I think that that's well worth a premium. I don't feel like we should argue that. I do understand the concern about number 6, but in terms of the date too, under number 8, we don't pay out before work is done. And if we're still assessing damage, I feel like, and I agree, it would be good to see pictures, but I feel like the first evaluation of damage has been what would prevent schools from reopening this week. What is so grave that schools have not, we have 4 campuses that we don't feel safe welcoming children back onto. But then further, it's going to take time. If we have to replace whole floors for courts, we don't pay until 30 to 60 days from what I understand after work is completed. So to me, that June 30th date is appropriate for that reason. We're not going to be paying out if this is February 24th by the end of March.
Ms. Feller? Oh.
Did you say me?
I just wanted to weigh in on number 6. The one reason that number 6 does not bother me is because it's been stated that our greatest liability in this would be $250,000. So it's not like we're giving a blank check to just go and write as much money as you want. We're just looking to go and spend up to our maximum deductible, which would be $250,000. So that number does not bother me for that reason whatsoever. I will tell you that I had the same kind of hesitancies when we signed the same kind of resolution as we were going into COVID and turning over some of this control that the board does have. But I know that the necessity to make decisions in a quicker time frame and as things have to be done. And I did hear from Mr. Wooster that there are things that needed to be done sooner rather than later, specifically at Deer Park with the cooling tower. So, those things needed to be made really quickly. So that's why I made the motion to approve, this resolution. And, I'd like to call the question.
Well, it would take 5 of us to call the question. So does...
Can I make a...
No,
I'm sorry.
She called the question. So if 5 of us want to go, I just need to know... I got to get my list. We need 5 people to call the question. So can I see a show of hands who wants to vote right now? Oh, so there's 5 of us. All right, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? All those opposed? Right. So it passes 5-2. I will not even... Dr. Bone? Did you,
No, it was before the question was called, so I'm
okay.
good.
Ms. Weston?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that this has, my opposition has nothing to do with whether or not I think Dr. Presley will make good decisions. I have full confidence that he will. I just have a real reluctance to turn that power over, given the limited information that I have. Thank you for the opportunity to clarify.
Yeah, and I don't blame you. And if I had been able to clarify, I would say kind of what Trustee Feller had said. I obviously had grave concerns last time. This particular one is written so narrowly, caused by February 2021, that I was less concerned, and $250 as our only thing. So
can I ask a question though? So what if there is a contract signed that's not within this? What happens?
So there needs to be legal authority for any contract to be valid. And so by taking this particular action, you're giving narrow authority for things that flow out of the winter storm as described in the resolution. If someone were to exceed their authority and sign a contract that they're not authorized to sign already under policy or under this resolution, then it would be a voidable contract because they signed without authority.
Okay, thank you. And that was just a question, a learning experience, Dr. Presley. That really, I do not think that's going to happen. I just really kind of need to understand our policies and procedures. So thank you.
all right, so we're going to go to board announcements and requests for future agenda items. Ms. Weston?
Yes, thank you. First thing, I want to thank Dr. Presley for this week getting the interim dyslexia review report, having his staff get that out to the Round Rock Dyslexia Parent Group. I really appreciate him doing that, so thank you. We had previously talked about the four of us getting briefed on pending litigation, concerning matters, landmines, if you will. Is it on your list? Thank you. Also, Trustee Vessa and Trustee Harrison said earlier, I think during the is it GMP or GPM? It's late. Discussion about that they've been meeting with legislators. Would the two of you mind briefing us on who you're talking to and what you're talking about? I don't know if the message board would be a good forum.
They could maybe do it real quick. I mean, it's a board announcement, right, of who they've met with? Yes.
We've met with all the legislators that represent us, minus everybody that has any appreciable, has a school in Round Rock ISD. So there's 4 representatives. There's Celia Israel, James Talarico, John Busey, and Vicki Goodwin. And then we met with both of our senators as well, Sarah Eckhart, and we met with staff of Senator Schwartner. The discussion
Both
was
of you?
We were both in those meetings. The discussion was the same in every meeting. I talked about the hold harmless letter that we sent, the need for a decision on virtual ASAP, and then our 3 board goals. And then I presented the data in terms of our budget and our student performance to support why those were our 3 board goals.
And would you say that it was more just the 2 of you sharing information and they were listening?
Definitely some of them had questions. For example, Senator Schwartner's staffer, who we met with, she was very interested as we were going through the budget in the equity office, so we passed along some more information on that. Representative Talarico was very interested in the mental health of students right now, so I passed along whatever presentations we had on that. Can you recall any other questions that were?
Those were the main questions, just a lot of appreciation shared because they hadn't gotten a lot of the data, especially the performance data. And to be clear, we shared the fall. We didn't share, we said that it's very similar now. We're still working on remediation. So that was it.
Did you guys meet down at the Capitol physically, or was this virtual?
We met them virtually.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you, ladies. Dr. Presley, are we tracking, or is there value in tracking? This is something I'm just interested in, because I'm very eager for this fall to look much better for our students and our staff, because a lot will happen. Are we tracking the number of teachers and employees who work with or near students who've been vaccinated? Do you think there's value in it? So this is not a question. I'm just throwing it out there. That might be a key indicator of what our options are in the fall if we're keeping track of that, or what do you think?
I don't know, honestly, how we would know if a student had been vaccinated.
No, not students. I'm sorry, teachers and others who work with or near children.
We can't. That's a violation of the rights to ask them if you've been vaccinated or not. We can't even ask them that question for staff, students or staff.
Yeah, well, maybe the question is if they've had the opportunity, if they wanted it. I don't know. I just didn't. I know that the new presidential administration is saying they're going to have 300 million Americans vaccinated by July 1st. Which would be anybody who would want it, I think, at that scale, which would mean that I'm thinking we're going into the next school year with every staff member in our district who wants the vaccine will have had the opportunity to have had it. And I guess it would be nice if we could have that as a data point. Do you see why I think that would be valuable? Now, whether or not that's doable is another thing. But
I don't see how we could ask them that question, but I'm like you. I think that anybody who would want it would hopefully have it before school starts in the fall.
Okay.
And that'd be my best hope. So
you're not hearing anything like, well, okay, I appreciate that.
If it's helpful, I can share that we are providing, we work, and when I say we, Annette Vieira is in on this, Brandy Hapner, Tanya Davis, all of us together talk with folks from Austin Public Health, from Williamson County, and any opportunity for our teachers to be vaccinated. We have lists. We're sending that information for those that are eligible at this time. And we're passing on information, and we're constantly in contact with those providers.
I really appreciate that, Jenny. Thank you.
Sure.
Ms. Harrison, and then Ms.
Very briefly, I don't know if this needs to be an agenda item, but I'm really interested in, as part of LSG and just personally as a trustee, hosting some office hours where I get to speak directly with community, I have said that in a listening session, and some concern was raised. And so I don't know if that needs to be on the agenda, if that's something we discussed and closed. But I just wanted to FYI that that is something that I would like to try. I've seen other trustees do it in other districts, just on Zoom. Maybe part of that discussion is it should be more than one trustee. Some people might not want to do that. It's something I'm really interested in. I can work with Doug, but I wanted to bring it to the full board so you all know that that's something that I'm really considering and I'm very interested in.
Ms. Feller?
So this is not an agenda request item, but just a board announcement. Super excited about a bill that was introduced today. Today's the 24th still? Yep. House Bill 2193. It relates to the creation of an adaptive sports program by UIL to provide students with disability access to team sports. Wow. So I think that that's an incredible bill. It was introduced by Alex Dominguez today, and super excited about it, and I'll be following it very closely. Long overdue.
Dr. Bone? So I do have a request for an agenda item. I've asked for it before, but I would still like to see a SPED 504 dyslexia agenda item to talk about having a committee. There was still a lot of discussion after the town hall from that community. They keep begging us for it. So I would like us as a board to put it on our agenda and talk about it. And I think I wouldn't mind discussing just other committees that maybe we should have as a board, but I specifically that one. The other thing that I'd like to bring back up is in January, the board, by consensus, by all 7, talked about making in-person better. Trustee Vessa and Trustee Weston and I met with Dr. Presley and some of his team, but I would like to add that to an agenda item again and loop back around and let our parents know. I think parents are really exhausted, and we said it as a board. We said we wanted to make it better, and what's going on with it. Have it as an agenda item. I would like to talk about that. And then one that was brought up tonight is I would like an agenda item on a campaign, or I don't know how you'd want to write this as an agenda item, but talking about getting students, increasing our enrollment. And I think some of this ties into our board goals, so maybe we'll get to talk about them there, but I think we're going to need input from Dr. Presley and his team. So that's kind of why I was needing it on an agenda is, how do we approach this campaign to get this enrollment? I think it sounds like we all want that, so those are the 3 items that I had. Thank you.
All right. And then, Dr. Presley, the only thing that I had, and I was actually going to ask you about this last week, and then last week happened, but the dyslexia and some of the things that Trustee Weston just mentioned, we had talked about doing one topic meetings for the board. The legal services definitely was something for the new board members, but it would have to be a called meeting because there's 4 of them. But, the dyslexia discussion was going to be a one-topic meeting. And I know CTE was going to be a one-topic meeting so that we're not, it's 11 o'clock at night. And unfortunately, we get to some of these really important topics super late. And I know at one point you were working with your team to try to start setting those up starting in March. And I guess I'm just curious where we are at that, because I think some of these individual items that just got asked for tonight, we can take care of with those if we kind of have a schedule coming up and people know that we're doing it.
Yeah, we were moving forward on that before the ice storm, so things have been derailed a little bit. And then with the other meetings, the grievances we've had and that you guys are hearing, and the superintendent search. There's a lot of things going on, so I think we talked about doing those during the day, right? Yeah. So I can go back and check on that. If you want to send me some priority topics, you've mentioned a couple tonight that you would like to have for those, and just make them a one subject meeting. So you're thinking about an hour, I guess, is what we talked about.
Yeah, we talked. Depending on if there's people that want to, speak, but an hour, middle of the day. Since we have this virtual option still, it would just get all these topics out in a time when people have a clear mind and can actually have a good discussion about them. Dr. Zhao, you had.
So I have one agenda item for the board. So it's about this single-member district. We talked about this before, but God forget about among all the other things.
It is still on my list. I will tell you, when I talked to Doug about that and actually talked to an attorney that specialized in it, we have to wait till after the census data is released, which would have been in April, but now it's been delayed. So once we get the census data, we can have that discussion. Everybody that has single-member districts will have to, redo their districts once the new census data comes out. So her recommendation was don't do it now, because in just a few months you'll have to redo the whole thing based on the new census data. So as soon as we can get this, as soon as the official census data comes out, we can have that
So
discussion.
is it just one meeting, or is there like preparation work need to be done before the census data coming out and really went to the discussion of simple? Because we're not sure actually we're doing the single-member district or not.
Right. The attorney
what
that I
would be
talked
the
to-
possible timeline if we're going to, like, after the April? One thing I'm thinking that is it possible to do before the new superintendent is hired?
I think a lot of it, what I understood when I spoke to the other attorney who did it, once they get the data and they can look at it, then they make their suggestions to us, and it would just be a board vote. The board can do it on our own.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Weston?
Maybe what June's asking is like, could we just have could it be an agenda item where we just discuss it and ask questions, pros and cons, options? Because you can do you can do 5-2, you can do 7-0, where you have some at large. I mean, are you
Not getting into the detail exactly how to do it, but whether like we should do it. Is there different options to do it?
I can reach back out to the attorney. I mean, they are here in Austin, the attorneys that do this type of work for school districts and help them. Usually it's not always by choice when school districts have to do it, is what she told me. I can reach out to her and we can have that discussion.
Yeah, I think if it was like an informational, so we can learn and ask questions, and then we can decide, do we even want to move forward when the census data comes out, or do we not?
Sure. I will definitely reach out to her. I'll get with Lindsay and Doug and Dr. Presley, and that actually maybe could even be one of our single topic discussions also, so that we're, again, not doing it super late at night. So. Yep. Okay. Did anybody else have anything? Oh, no. All right. So if there are no objections, it's 11:04, and we are adjourned. See you all tomorrow.